All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this amazing meeting. We've just gone through a round of introductions, and now we're going to introduce the world of Radish, Radical Collective Intelligence, one specific take on collective intelligence, of which there are many, notably that of Tom Atlee, and Charlie is also, collaborating, and basically there's a lot of takes on collective intelligence that various of us bring to the table, and this is really kind of almost like a small federation of collective intelligence, something we've actually been dreaming of for a while. And actually, Melissa and I participated in a first go at a federation about 2.5 years ago called ICCI, International International Conference on Collective Intelligence. More on that later. And so CI Jam session. Very good point, Charlie. That's a good way of saying it. So what I'd like to propose is to screen share, but just for a few minutes, and then I'd like to screen share at different points. But first, just to kind of show visually an agenda that I would propose. Radish, Radical Collective Intelligence, that's what we're all about. A new level of thinking, a new level of, well, it's beyond thinking, as I'll let Dharmendra expound upon. But quoting Albert Einstein, we cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them. So we're all about co-creating a new level of thinking. The agenda I propose, I first want to read from just a couple of minutes from the book Superintelligence that has some really brilliant stuff that kind of helps frame all this. Then I'll screen share for about 5 minutes on what I call kind of a big picture that I just sketched up last night after reviewing Tom's excellent work. Then go back to video conference mode for the next 20 minutes on what I'll call the missing piece. That'll come clear in a couple of minutes here. And just video conference, we'll just be talking with each other about that and experiencing this missing piece. Then back to the big picture. Once the missing piece is clarified, then the big picture will make a lot more sense. And then go on to a whole world taxonomy, starting with some imagery that Michael Gaio kindly put together a while back, and then just open it up from there. So if that sounds good to everybody, I'm going to go back to video conference mode. And yeah, just raise your hand or just jump in. Dharmendra, you got something to say? Go ahead. Okay, sorry. Okay, all good. Yeah, just jump in anytime, anyone with questions, comments, it's all good. So first I want to read from this book, Superintelligence by Nick Bostrom, who's kind of a big artificial intelligence buff. He's director of the Future of Humanity Institute and director of the Strategic Artificial Intelligence Center and professor of philosophy at Oxford University in England, where Melissa taught architecture for a number of years, many years back. So Oxford is in the house. Thank you, sweetie. And all right, so reading from kind of I think the first chapter of the book is growth in I'm just going to read a few paragraphs here, a couple of minutes. Growth in collective intelligence may also come from more general organizational and economic improvements, and from enlarging the fraction of the world's population that is educated, digitally connected, and integrated into global intellectual culture. I kind of see all of us as kind of high up on that pyramid, especially with respect to the intention of collective intelligence. The internet stands out as a particularly dynamic frontier for innovation and experimentation. Most of its potential may still remain unexploited. Continuing development of an intelligent web with better support for deliberation, debiasing, and judgment aggregation might make large contributions to increasing the collective intelligence of humanity as a whole or of particular groups. But what of the seemingly more fanciful idea that the internet might one day wake up? Could the internet become something more than just the backbone of a loosely integrated collective superintelligence? Something like a virtual skull housing an emerging unified superintellect. This was one of the ways that superintelligence could arise, according to Werner Vinge's influential 1993 essay, which coined the term technological singularity. Against this, one could object that machine intelligence is hard enough to achieve through arduous engineering, and that it is incredible to suppose that it will arise spontaneously. However, the story need not be that some future version of the internet suddenly becomes super intelligent by mere happenstance. A more plausible version of the scenario would be that the internet accumulates improvements through the work of many people over many years. Work to engineer better search and information filtering algorithms, more powerful data representation formats, more capable autonomous software agents, and more efficient protocols governing the interactions between such bots, and that myriad incremental improvements eventually create the basis for some more unified form of web intelligence. It seems at least conceivable that such a web-based cognitive system, supersaturated with computer power and all other resources needed for explosive growth, save for one crucial ingredient, could, when the final missing constituent is dropped into the cauldron, blaze up with super intelligence. Okay? And we can come back to that if anyone would like to. I might just reread the final couple sentences. Basically, myriad incremental improvements eventually could create the basis for some more unified form of web intelligence. It seems at least conceivable that such a web-based cognitive system, supersaturated with computer power and all other resources needed for explosive growth, save for one crucial ingredient, could, when the final missing constituent is dropped into the cauldron, blaze up with super intelligence. And I feel that that moment is at hand, and I would like to reveal, after I read a couple of comments here, reveal kind of our collective take, which I really, this is without any kind of ego or ownership or anything else. This really is ours, all of ours, including all the pioneers who have come before. But let me read a couple of comments. Tom clicked on a link. Oh, you've got CI Convergence, Superintelligence by Nick Bostrom. So Tom has been tapped into Nick Bostrom's work.
Yes, but the link was just for the reference I gave to the effort to pull together all the different collective intelligence people.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Gaz had to sign off because he has an Arco Santi meeting starting now. Thanks for being with us, Gaz, Michael Gosney. And then
I just wanted to say that image at the end that you reread, I don't know if maybe you already made it into a video, but it's so visual. It would be like amazing to see that like somehow represented.
Totally. Well, I see this as kind of the cauldron. We are the missing piece, and I think we're going to nail it today between all of us. I just feel it.
Jamen, real quick, let me jump in real quick because you're just, you're getting me hyper excited with this kind of visual imagery that you're gracefully spreading over all of our consciousnesses. But this thing you're talking about and everything you just read, that's something that everybody right here, right now, we could actually, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but this is the kind of thing I've been developing accelerated collective evolution for, is literally to tap into the super consciousness entity field. We can create it and then attract it, as you know, what we do in our work together, and literally start to open that up and see what that feels, looks like, and everything. Totally sensorial, as you know how I do it. And it just really excites me because, and I know for everybody else who's maybe not so familiar with my work, that I might just sound like a crazy idiot who's getting excited about something, but there's actually something very, very tangible in what you're saying that we could actually blow out through our multidimensional, agreed upon collective creation of a field of intelligence. You know, like between like the gift and siddha kind of space where we could open that and connect, because I've done it before. I've connected into super consciousnesses that sound like this grid you're describing that blazes at a certain point, and you get blazed in the process, and you grok it. You get all of that. You get like 60 million bits of information all at once. You get it all, but there's no way you could explain it in 10 lifetimes. That kind of thing is kind of what we need to start tapping into if we're going to create this thing, because you got to have it inside before you can bring it outside. True? So anyway, just wanted to, you know, I can't help myself sometimes, guys, so excuse me.
You don't need to help yourself. Let us help you. Let us all help each other.
I'm just playing.
For me, the inside and outside dance together constantly.
Yeah, nice. I also wanted to add something, Dharmendra, whenever you talk, things just fill up inside of me, so thank you. The alchemy. But one thing that's coming to me as well is that all these new generations of beings coming into being are already this new consciousness as well. Like some of us older folks are coming out of this older set of consciousness, and we're evolving, of course. But I think, so what's exciting to see is this mature consciousness, if I could call it that, that's evolving and growing, but along with all this youth, new youth of consciousness, and Nolan is a really good example of that, which is also bringing these other ingredients into the pot. So I find that very exciting. And so the more youth we can bring into what we're doing here, I think this will just move it forward in this really whole way. And I also, Tom, I'm so happy to hear you say collective wisdom. I love this phrase, so much better than collective intelligence, because I'm not sure we're always very intelligent, but we hopefully can be wise.
Well, just on that note, intelligence, when you break it down, it's the essence, it's the expression of brilliance, and brilliance is the ability to bring things into form in the world in a really finesseful way, in a really, you know, efficient and wise. Well, I can use the word wise, but wisdom has a quality more of feeling and heart to it, and love in it. It brings out a bigger, wider, you know, kind of inclusiveness to it. Whereas intelligence, it synthesizes intelligence, but sometimes it's hard to see the wisdom because you're getting so much at one moment through that you know, when you really get something and you invent something in nature, for instance, and it's a flash, it's a blaze that, you know, takes you over, and you have to create it. Wisdom is I almost said a little more wise, but it's almost like a little more mature too, because wisdom is something that can remain and can stabilize in you, where a lot of times brilliance is very hard to hold that charge because it's so intense. So it usually comes in overall flashes of a complete synthetic picture of something. And then you calm back down into whatever. But wisdom is something you can attain and then remain stable in. But it's a very high frequency. It's a siddha. It's a supernatural ability. It's a supernatural ability, yeah. But supernatural is not the word I'm looking for. You know that how I describe it is it's not supernatural, but I guess that's what I need to say right now. Anyway,
I would just underscore. I mean, thank you, Dharmendra and Melissa, and I echo Melissa's response. You know, that's one of my key takeaways, Tom, from these past few years. If I learned anything, it's that critical distinction from collective intelligence to collective wisdom. So thank you.
And I sense that there are multiple definitions at large in the world and in this conversation, and talking about what those are. It's not like wisdom is X or intelligence is X. It's like, well, in order to talk about it sanely, you have to say, okay, this is what we're talking about, and we're calling it intelligence, and this is what we're talking about, and we're calling it wisdom. Otherwise, you get it. No, it's not wisdom. So I can already feel that in the space, and at this point, it's just let's operate on the definition of intelligence that the radish people have, and see where they've gone with it, and then we can get into more talking about different interpretations of human relational capacities with the world.
Quick side note, though. It seems like we need to do a opening space on wisdom there, where we can all jump in with our different versions and make wisdom an even bigger definition that transcends all of our limited conceptions of individual, you know. Anyway.
I had a quick question, which kind of on that point of the radish definitions, because I saw just a small part of the video that Tom pointed me to about brainstorming. So I saw sort of some of the introduction, and one of the things, so I didn't see the rest, so I don't have the full context. But you said something about Jamen, the mashup of human intelligence, collective human intelligence, and artificial intelligence. And I'm not sure if you go on and there's like more that you're adding to this mashup mix. And I'm, by the way, I didn't mention in my check-in, I'm also a DJ, producer, engineer. I've been very involved in music, and that's a whole other story, but I love mashups and all that. I was wondering, where's nature? Where's natural intelligence in your equation, permaculture patterns and stuff? Because you're using, the root metaphor, but I didn't hear that, but I didn't get to anything much further. So.
Sure. Well, first of all, what the video content that's up on the website is a bit out of date compared to where we've evolved since then. As far as the nature piece, when we get to the slides that Michael Gaio put together that are really beautiful, that kick off this whole world approach, we'll talk more about nature, including biomimicry and even Gaia mimicry. And we'll get deep into that. As far as a complete definition of radical collective intelligence, that's an interesting thing that we could work on. We actually don't have one written up right now because I sort of think it defies textual language. It defies anything we could put together in a paragraph or two. Rather, it's something that I think it's just better to reveal in the way that we propose. And this is evolving so quickly that whatever we collectively come up with, so whatever vegan banana split I serve up here, Charlie, please sprinkle chocolate vegan sprinkles on top of, and cherries and walnuts and all kinds of other good vegan stuff. And
we got some chocolate over here,
Well, you're in Switzerland, so you're definitely in the right place for that. So anyway, I'm just saying that let's all co-create this.
Papaya split.
What's that?
Maybe it'll be redefined as a papaya split.
Papaya split, exactly.
I thought you said Gaia split.
Hey, it's all good. And a Gaia unification as well after where we're headed. And also wanted to read a comment that Tom had written, I think, based off of what we were reading here about this suddenly coming ablaze. Tom writes, it could, or it could be continually evolving into increasing intelligence and consciousness. So whether evolution or singularity, I really think we're at a moment of a singularity, which if you zoom in, it's always continuous, right? But the exponential is going to be so sharp that it's going to look like kind of a step function, essentially going vertical.
I think that's called phase shifts, right? When any complex system comes into a higher order of coherency, but yet you continue to always go up the ladder. But I think we're coming to some level of new coherency and phase shift with this.
Totally. So exciting.
Man, with these, just real quick, with these guys here, the vocabulary of what we can use to describe, I mean, what I'm guessing we're all already tuned into, obviously, because everybody's using the terminology like coherent evolving systems and how they attain new properties at each phase shift. I call threshold, crossing the threshold, however you want to call it, mini death to new life, to new capacities. It's just, I'm just, again, excuse me, I'm just enjoying the company and the level of discourse that.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off.
I'm good. No, you didn't.
No, just another one that came up for me today, just to like a lot going on energetically with me. Anyway, the submergence and emergence, just another way to sense into that.
Great, beautiful. And Evan, now that you're visual, if you want to give a brief intro to yourself, please do. Feel free. No pressure.
Hi, my name is Evan. I'm brother of Nolan. A friend to all here. I'm eager to learn what everyone here has to offer.
Beautiful, and we're eager to learn from you. You've changed the course of our evolution, as everyone here has and will continue to do so. So thank you. Alrighty, well, getting back to the agenda, I'd like to do about 5 minutes of screen share now, just to provide kind of this brief overview, and in the middle of which you'll see that key missing piece, which I simply show as a cloud that looks like a barcode that says collective superintelligence. I'm going to leave that as a little bit of a mystery for now. Dance around it, spiral in on it, and then when we go off of screen share and back to video conference like we're doing right now, then we'll unveil that missing piece collectively and dance with it and fall in love with it. So let me screen share in the meantime for about 5 minutes. And just jump in if you have to, because I can't see you right now. So back to the agenda. So we're on the second bullet point right now, big picture. And then we'll go on to the missing piece from there. So here's the big picture, and I'm going to zoom into different parts of it. But the flow of it is we'll start here where it says Oracle and go along counterclockwise. Hopefully you can see my mouse arrow dancing around. We'll go counterclockwise around this whole big circuit and end up here where it says implementation at scale, all the while dancing around this missing piece that will set the cauldron ablaze called collective superintelligence. Remember I said it looks sort of like a barcode. We'll unpack all that, but that's the one mystery piece here. So we'll start with Oracle. And this is just a way of telling a story around this. Basically, what is this collective superintelligence seeking to achieve? Well, it's really a lot of things, largely but not entirely sequential. One of them is, the Oracle function. If you have a question, what's the answer? It might have a singular answer. It might have multiple answers, like you see here. Question, answer, question, answer. And then evolving from there to this next piece here, what's the best way, or what are the best ways to learn? Well, to learn what? Could be a concept, could be a skill, could be knowledge about knowing about something, how something is done, why something is done, etc., all the way up to an entire profession, an increasingly antiquated concept. And so from question and answer up through knowledge, dare I say wisdom, then the next segment in the lower right of the big picture, something I call brain swarming, which we reference often in different videos, including some of the older ones, where it's a very systematic methodology of applying collective intelligence in a highly structured way, where you start with a goal, and more on goals when we get to whole world in the Michael Gaio slides. But goals can have what I think of as sub goals, or ways of achieving that goal, and then sub ways of achieving that way, but all leading towards the same goal. And achieving those goals through these ways and subways through application of resources, and crucially combinations of resources, as you see here. And what all this does is generates different ideas for solutions. So back up to the big picture, basically using knowledge and learning, applying that intelligently for coming up for different ideas for solutions, which then can get passed on to the next stage, which is solution development. It's one thing to have an idea for a solution. Oh, I know, we could do, solar radiation management using giant mirrors. Okay, great idea. How do we actually do it? And here I'll zoom in a little bit. Stages of solution development, starting with design, and then prototyping, and then testing, which can be virtual testing, which is a crucial first step, I believe, followed by physical testing. Modeling, both virtual models, computer modeling, which used to be my life many years ago, all the way to physical modeling, and then actually building the solution, testing it, generating data. That data can be analyzed, which gives us really important feedback, which feeds back to the design. And so you can imagine cycling through these different stages of solution development. And one key framework for that I'd like to point to is GitHub, github.com, which is the world's biggest open source community and platform for open source software development. So we expand from that concept of open source software to a GitHub for solutions generally. The whole Git process of basically forking and, you know, modifying different versions. It's basically a framework for evolution, collective evolution of, in their case, software. But starting from that, software will always be a key part of it, but then add CAD files so that we go from software solutions to physical solutions, including manufacturing processes, logistics processes, implementation processes, etc. And the net of all this is that we want to get to fully designed solutions, right? Where all the kinks have been worked out, including testing, optimization, etc. And then we can go from there to taking those design solutions and inserting them into a global holistic model, which in its most idealistic terms is a model of the whole world, a model of the entire world. All the physics, all the biology, all the humanity, including economics, infrastructure, living arrangements, carbon emissions, carbon sequestration, agriculture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the different impacts, feedback loops. And so crucially, as we take these fully developed solutions from the right and inject them and overlay them into the model, if you will, crucially, we're going to be looking at how well does this achieve its intended consequences, and also what are the unintended consequences, which normally evokes negatives, but they could be positive unintended consequences as well, as we will see in a little bit. So from the modeling, we want to take these solutions, run them through the model, which is in a way sort of like a final test, you know, and ultimately coming up with the ideal, optimal set or complete set of solutions. Okay, what is the optimal mix of solutions that we need in order to save as much of life on Earth as we possibly can in the middle of this sixth mass extinction that we're in the midst of, and not just save as much of life on Earth, but really transform our planet from this dystopian hell that we're living in to a utopia for all of life on Earth, not just for humanity. And so where do we go from there? Well, imagine that we come up with this optimal set of solutions and we say, okay, great, this is what it is. This is what it should be. Let's go ahead and implement it. Well, humanity, of course, would say, whoa, not so fast. I need to have my say about this. And this brings us to the whole realm of democracy, holacracy. We've come up with this concept of voice and vote. But really, in the presence of Tom Atlee's greatness, I'm not going to say too much about democracy or holacracy or voting other than just put it on the whiteboard and let Tom talk about it whenever he feels like it. Where we basically say, okay, so if we've got this optimal set of solutions, let's, present it to humanity, show it to humanity, but ultimately let all of humanity play with it, talk about it, debate it, deliberate, and ultimately vote on it, right? Voice their opinions on it. That's a crucial piece, and ultimately vote on it. And once we get through that potentially messy, but not necessarily so, process of democracy, holacracy, ultimately we come to consensus, and then it's showtime. Implementation at scale, which is back to the realm of solutions. Now that we've gotten through all these stages of modeling and et cetera, now let's implement, okay? Let's get it done. So that is the big picture. Going back to here, we started here with Oracle, simple Q&A, knowledge, brainstorming, ideas for solutions, developing those solutions, through a GitHub-like framework into fully designed solutions, modeling those solutions individually, holistically, different sets until we find the optimal set, basically deliberate, discuss, voice and vote on those. And that can kick us back to the drawing board of, well, wait a second here, we're seeing some unintended consequences, whether through modeling or whether through the democratic, holacratic process, that kicks us back over to more iterations on design and prototyping. You get the picture. And then ultimately to implementation. And in the middle of this is the key missing piece, which we'll discuss on video conference here in a second. But I just wanted to give folks an opportunity to look at this. And if there's any questions about this, go ahead and voice them, and so I can address them while we're on screen share mode here.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I wanted to hear just a little bit about, thank you, but this is amazing. It's wonderful. Beautiful work.
Thank you.
I want to hear about timing, time frame, context in regard to the notion of this so-called complete set of solutions. And the sort of, you mentioned iteration in different sort of stages here, but the overall, the notion of iterating the whole thing. Talk about that if you would, just for a moment.
Yeah. I'm really glad you brought up time, because when we unveil the missing piece, we're going to talk about this notion of time standing still, which is something that an experience I believe humanity will have when the cauldron of superintelligence comes ablaze. And basically what I'm talking about there is that all of these processes, which right now in today's world, if you consider governments, if you consider academia and the seemingly, geologic time that it takes to publish anything, right? Peer review and all that stuff. We've been cultured into this idea that things take time, and lots of time, years, maybe decades. That's all about to go out the window when we introduce the magic piece that sets this all ablaze, because basically what's going to happen is we're going to see incredibly fast cycle times through all of this. Every single one of these steps and stages will not just be moderated by, but essentially taken over in a very benevolent way by collective superintelligence. Q&A, learning, brainstorming, ideas for solutions, solution development, modeling, et cetera, et cetera. Even the democratic processes, instantaneous voting, everyone gets to vote on anything they want. We would get to vote on proposals put forth for the city of Zurich. Well, wait a second. What does some American in Whidbey Island have to do with that? Well, I get to vote on it. The city of Zurich the citizens of Zurich don't necessarily have to pay attention, but they can if they want to. It's more information if they want, because we've learned some things over here that might be applicable to you and vice versa. You get my point. Anyway, so it all really hinges on this key missing piece. So I think the whole notion of time will become a lot more clear, and we can actually turn time into our ally with this piece. Was that helpful, Charlie?
Sure, it's still a bit mystical, but that's great. Go for it.
Okay, good. And that's by design. I like to build a little bit of mystery and drama into the mythology here. But quickly to be debugged. Any other questions or comments before we go on to the key missing piece?
Yeah. One of the things that is real to me from the operation of intelligence in any broad sense, rather than just this problem is solved, is that it is impossible to take into account everything. You're creating a system here that takes much more into account by its massive participation and its artificial intelligence dimension. However, as they say, there's a difference between the model, the map, and the territory. The only accurate map of the universe is the universe itself, and reality is always changing as well. So there are reality is basically telling you what you missed. Whenever you come up with a solution, implement it at any level, individual, collective, reality will say, oh, you got this part right, you didn't get this part right. So there's the concept of learning. Problem solving is linear. You solve the problem, it's solved. Learning is iterative. It's constantly at work, digesting the relationship between your models and reality. And so for me, Charlie's question on iteration is a real one. And there's a way in which I hold in abeyance. I put in my maybe column your thing about time becoming irrelevant. We're living, I can see the speed up. Part of that I really appreciate, and part of that goes the speed up without the feedback, iterative, reflective, okay, what happened when we did that? You have implementation at scale. There's no line going from implementation back into the system. And for this to be a learning system, that line needs to be put back in. The other point I offer is in my research of decision making, concerns is one of the most powerful elements. There's a number of processes that explicitly address concerns, ask for concerns, seek out concerns. There's others that are where there's different things that can be included in objections, whatever. But where you have idea for a solution, I would add a little side feedback loop where there's concerns, and it goes from the idea to the concerns back to the solution. If you've handled the concern, that modifies the solution. And if there's another concern, you do that. And after it's gone through several rounds, and you can decide when you want to stop that. But I'm just saying that's before you do a solution getting perfected, and think of it as being, this is a perfect solution we're going to put through the rest of the system. You need to have concerns as part of the catching things that have been missed prior to testing in the real world. So those are two pieces that I would like to see in the model. Check.
Can I jump in real quick there? I'll just say that I really acknowledge right now what you're saying, Tom. And the way I translate that is, I guess you could call it the technological version of shadow work. It's like you have aspects that when you're moving through it, the concerns are from different aspects, seeing things that maybe not everybody else, sees from a certain angle that might cause certain design implementation, fundraising, or it could be anything. I mean, it really doesn't matter, but I get that it's a useful piece that we, that we've been developing on a different scale in a different way. And maybe you're going to address it, Jamen, in collective superintelligence. I don't know if how you're going to open up that yet, but anyway, I just acknowledge that's a reality, and that's part of the reality on this earth that we live in, and it's definitely something that has to be addressed, or it becomes a phenomenal drag, increasing exponentially if it's not addressed along the way. That's what I've seen in my experience. So yeah, I agree with you, Tom, on that one. In my experience, that reflects reality in the world we live in developing anything. So that's what I had to say on that.
I want to just add to that. I think what Tom's bringing up is critical, and it reminds me. I've been reading this book, Big Mind, by Morgan recently. You familiar with this, Tom? Oh, this is a great book. It's Jamen gifted this book to me last year, and I'm finally got around to reading it. Big Mind: How Collective Intelligence Can Change Our World, by Morgan. And I've been going through this very carefully. I've got about 50 pages of notes here. And he talks about, I think there's many different ways to talk about this. It's just that, sometimes we come to a solution as a group, and what can emerge is this idea that he calls, I'm sure you know the term too, Tom, groupthink. Groupthink is not the same as collective intelligence. Groupthink is when you have a group who's self-supporting a thought process. rather than increasing the intelligence around a thought process, right? And so, yeah, sometimes if a solution comes up and there's a group around it going, yeah, that's a solution, and we so love the solution, we're gonna kind of concretize our approach to it now. That is not necessarily the most intelligent way to do it. Whereas what Tom's saying, is still having that other voice come in of concern, that's then challenging groupthink to then back to actually collective intelligence. Intelligence is just an ongoing process. So just another way to think about it.
But many groups run into the fact that the more you take into account, the more time it takes. You have a process that's designed to take everything into account. You just slow down, nothing gets done. So the idea of prototyping things, getting them out in the world, but there's a humility that is fundamental to the design, which is where the iteration comes in. You do the best you can with the time and resources you have. This shortens the time and increases the resources you have to do a good job of it. But you also recognize that whatever you come up with is going to have complexities that you missed. The world is just too complex and it's always changing. So to be able to have reflection built into the scene so that it has a cycle going on is the way to avoid. This is a funny, I can feel how this could generate massive groupthink that is not only groupthink among people, but groupthink with AI too. The AI has figured it out, and everybody defers to the AI because the AI is so smart, whatever. It feels, and the learning dimension of intelligence should be incorporated into any design, and the valuing of dissent, the valuing of non-mainstream perspectives, or helping get us as close as we can to the target early on is part of it. So that's the reason for my concern feedback loop when you're narrowing down on a solution, and for the iteration feedback loop to reflect on the implementation. That goes a long way for how that would be. Those concerns would be integrated into the model.
Hey, Jim, I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead, Michael.
Well, when it's going to branch off a little bit. So if you have a response, then respond, and then I'll ask that question.
Yeah. I do have some responses. So first of all, totally agree with everything that's been said in the last few minutes since I last spoke. Really, this drawing should have probably about 237 more arrows than it actually has. So amen, hallelujah to feedback loops, to concerns being raised, generating new feedback loops, revisiting. And I wrote down one thing that you said, Tom, that, the more concerns that need to be addressed, the more time that's going to take. And I would simply invite you to consider that there is a certain linearity in that assumption. And first of all, it's absolutely true. But let's say you've got, 10,000 concerns that have been raised around solar radiation management. Those do not need to be addressed one at a time. All 10,000 concerns can be addressed in parallel. And that's part of time standing still. Another aspect that has us conditioned into thinking that things take a lot of time is this idea that, well, first we're going to talk about it, and then, these other groups need to then hear about it and weigh in. And then they get to weigh in, and then later, other groups need to hear about that and weigh in. The missing piece there in the middle that looks like a barcode, it generates this not only massive parallelism, but hyperconnectivity that brings people together extremely quickly to address things holistically. And in fact, whatever is addressed and whatever is new that comes up in this raising of concerns and feedback loops and all that can be built into an increasingly amazingly sophisticated and complex, though not necessarily complicated, but complex global holistic model. And totally agree that we're never going to know or be able to forecast with perfection or anywhere near perfection the impacts of our actions, right? And yet, if we sit back and do nothing, we're all sure to die within a matter of years. So we have to do something. And so we're seeking to strike an optimal balance between reflection, the raising of concerns, addressing of concerns, and the myriad feedback loops across all these different portions of the system, including the learning of the participants. That's absolutely crucial, right? We all need, but all this can happen so quickly, and you'll see why. Everyone will see why once we unpack the key missing piece of collective superintelligence. So borrowing from Guy Kawasaki of Apple years ago, I'm a subscriber to the ready, fire, aim philosophy. But the readiness portion before we fire can be incredibly deep and address myriad concerns, huge numbers of concerns, and allowing everyone's voice to be heard by what and by whom is a key part of it, and we'll get to that. But really just want to just agree with everyone. I'm going to shift to video conferencing mode so we can all see each other. So I'm going to stop sharing. We can always go back to screen sharing whenever we want. And Gaio, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you. And take it away, Michael. Gaio.
Yeah, just a quick question. You know, I'm generally familiar with this diagram or these processes you've drawn out today. But the question is regarding the first step that you're calling Oracle. And I'm just a point of clarification, that term Oracle has a very specific definition in the technology realm. And I'm wondering how you mean it here.
I probably mean it in somewhat in a less informed way than the meaning you're thinking of, simply because I'm not aware of it. Just based on your comment, all I'm talking about is Q&A, right? But just vast database of Q&A. Anyway, a whole bunch more of this will get clear. And Charles also wrote, back on the notion of complete set of solutions, etc., perhaps adjust the term complete to solve the question of timing and iteration. Yeah. Well, first we'll never get to a complete set of solutions, but the set of solutions will grow and grow to be increasingly complete as an adjective, rather than an end state as we evolve.
What I'm getting here is this is a system that is very advanced to be able to take lots more into account from lots more different sources and integrate them usefully. And what I see is, this is definitely a quantum leap in the ability to do sensible decision making. And I'm not certain how much wisdom I would say it has, but I know it has the collective intelligence thing I see very clearly. And part of what I sense, this is a leap in the capacity to do these things. And it is also, theoretically, any part of it could be made more effective as it evolves, that it's the system that would evolve. So part of me is going somewhere there'd be a feedback loop where the system itself is reflecting on itself. How is the system doing in doing the job it was designed for, and new solutions are come up for that, and blah, blah, blah. So it's designed to be an consciously evolving system.
And if I could jump in real quick on that, that's hitting the nail on the head, because a self-reflective system can self-correct. And that's kind of what we do when we're working with the vegan synergy. I mean, I have a lot of words for it: accelerate collective evolution. I don't care what you call it. The point is coming from that space where you have developed your capacity to witness so profoundly and subtly that you're also aware of the essential condition not only of yourself and your participation as a singularity within the greater whole, but also because you're connected to the whole, you have a certain unique facet of observation and angle of perception of the whole that is also part of the whole that everybody else shares too. And obviously, as you accelerate your consciousness more, that becomes more weaved into the whole mix and becomes everybody's experience, which is why I see this is all, why we're all coming together here, because we each seem to have pieces that can really click this into something. I mean, everybody, it's incredible. Enough said at that point for that note.
Just curious, without, I mean, maybe briefly, and also if there's a way to avoid going too meta, although I love that realm, but in regard to the system reflecting on itself and learning and evolving, signals and patterns, I'm wondering how that plays in. There's a way to encapsulate that.
There's different ways you can do that. You can use themes, or you can go spontaneously based on the degree of familiarity and expertise with the subject matter you're dealing with. If you need a structure to work with, then you can create a structure based on the number of people participating, and you can have each person assume a different facet of what the overall constitution of the, call it, scenario is that you're trying to work out your solution in. And each person can assume, you know, supported by the intent of the whole group, that, okay, I'm going to sit in the position of implementation. You're going to sit in the position of design. This other person's going to sit in the position of prototype. The other person's going to sit in the position of concern. And we start to play those out like you would do like actors on a stage. And you start to tap into more potential that is there in us. You can actually start to work these things out. That's what I've been doing over the last 2.5 decades, situationally putting people into different scenarios, seeing where spontaneous works and where structured works, because that's two ends of the spectrum. It's either structured or it's spontaneous, or and then with that, you can scale it. You can get down into detail, as much detail as you want, or you can start going meta and seeing what areas need to be corrected that aren't fitting in certain details maybe aren't fitting. So you need to go meta to see where the design flaw is in one step to the next in the overall flow. Does that kind of make a little bit of sense, what I'm saying?
Thank you. It's actually really impressive. And so what strikes me here, just to add to that, is the sort of monkey in the room, or I haven't heard it spoken explicitly, but conversation. So where does conversation fit?
Oh my God. Well, you just spoke my subject there, because it's about open-eyed, conversational, meditative, heightened awareness, accelerated collective evolution, sacred geometry, prayer wheels, do it, call it however you like. That's my expertise. That's what I do. I get people to start conversing from, first I subtly lead people into a very profound and deep meditative state. But then I say, I'm not going to leave you there like a silent Buddha. Now we need to start figuring out the solutions. We need to cough this up. That's the missing piece that's evolving us. That's what is pushing us into the future. We need to take what the Buddhas did in the past and everybody own it as an urban shaman or mystic or however you want to call it, and let's start kicking some ass in this world and start bringing all this shit to the table. And each one of us has got a piece or lots of pieces. Once we start collecting it together, everybody's piece is going to flower in some kind of, and this is just my experience. I'm not making this up, and I don't even know what I'm going to say. It's just responding to what you're saying from my tapping into everybody's collective intelligence right now. And I love the way this one is going, because it seems like everybody's just opening naturally. I usually do it a lot more structured with people. But the nice thing, and when you're working with really brilliant people, is they don't, who wants to remain in the, in the let's not get along and let's see if these guys are okay and everybody sounds good, but how about we just jump into, maybe we all care about each other and the planet enough that we can just get beyond that and start cooking a little bit.
Yeah. I want to note that there's you're talking, Dharmendra, about a particular kind of process that you do that has a particular kind of success and plays a particular kind of role. One of the things that I do in my work is appreciating dozens, if not hundreds, of different processes, conversational, dialogue, deliberation, whatever. And what I'm seeing is all those things going on. This design theoretically could be a shared thing into which you put things that come out of the conversation at the end or during or whatever. Anybody wants to feed anything individually or as part of a conversation here. So the information being paralleled by, there's open spaces and world cafes and dynamic facilitations happening all over the world. And people could be putting their pieces of the puzzle into this, and this could be digesting all that stuff.
I sure hope so. Because I've although I had to pay for my own awakening on my own effort, afterwards I studied every transmission I could get my hands on, even practical stuff that isn't normally considered a transmission of awakening, but things that really work well in the world. So I could get very familiar with many different ways of expressing this knowledge so that I could converse with a lot of different people and in some way maybe help people liberate themselves from their own limitations and start getting, and not so much to fix them, but to get them to see that we're a collective now. We're growing as a collective body of intelligence, and we all need each other to open all this up.
I have something to inject here, or based on what you're saying. I want to first make sure I understand one point you're making, where you said I'm paraphrasing what you said a few moments ago of that we need to do what the Buddhas were doing. So you're talking, are you referring to the element of individual conscious evolution and awakening as a missing element?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the very phenomena of that is evolving in human consciousness to a greater potential to be shared in a collective scenario rather than just an individual who's presenting it to a bunch of people that don't know what he's talking about, take them a long time to figure it out. I'm saying the scenario has evolved to the place where and I've seen people do it, and when they do it, they kind of pop. That you just jump in and you start owning that in yourself, and you start coming from that wisdom. And I'd really use the word wisdom in relation to this as one of the expressions of wisdom, because wisdom is very multidimensional. It's one of those words that's not going to sit down comfortably and behave when you try to pin it down to any one definition. I agree with you, Tom. Absolutely. It'll take you.
So I just want to hear again what you were talking about. It's reminding me of a key point I keep coming back to in the conversations of collective intelligence. Mm-hmm. And also, I think I heard you say that, wouldn't it be nice if, as we come together in groups like this, or any group comes together, and we can already just come into a sense of assuming that we all love and we can all be kind together and we're all going to collaborate in this super harmonious way. And yet, why don't we so much?
Because we haven't been taught to. Conditioning.
And we're conditioned a lot. This is a question I come to a lot. One way we're conditioned is through economics. Okay, I see economics. I would love your feedback on this too, Tom. I've been speaking a lot about this recently. In fact, I just did a talk last week at a conference in San Francisco that was about the future of economics, and I came in talking a lot about collective intelligence, because I see, when we're talking about collective intelligence in general, it's such a broad term, right? We have natural collective intelligence like beehives and ants and birds and things like this. Mm-hmm. They don't really have economic systems, right? The frameworks by which the collective intelligence in those groups emerge has some similar patterns that we could apply to humans. But yet human collective intelligence is its own kind of collective intelligence. Mm-hmm. And my current way of thinking, and I'd love your feedback on this again, is that economics is the framework mostly by which humans can design our ways of cooperating together, producing together, communicating together. All these things are the results of a collective intelligence in the human context. And economics is the system by which we get the metrics and the modalities and the channels by which we transact in these ways, right? And that we've been under a certain economic paradigm now for too long that's designed, that economic system has been designed by humans to be largely competitive. Well, and competition can be a good thing, but perhaps it's too competitive, and it's designed in such a way that there's too much greed involved. It's blindsiding our wisdom and focusing more on how we can how one individual can gain the most, right? So the insight is that, with these new emerging technologies like blockchain and distributed ledger technology, we have the opportunity now to develop new financial tools, new economic systems, and at least be experimenting with doing this and seeing what the results are and getting the feedback loops going, by which we can then participate in new ways and collaborate in new ways that have these other results. Where then we're kind of doing the money thing in a new way that's more neutralized, so that natural thing you're talking about, that Buddhahood, that natural, that real wealth of human enlightenment and human awakening and self-actualization at the top of the Maslow pyramid, that wealth can really have room to be more in the center of the way we're all collaborating.
And if I might add a piece to that, because that was really well put. The thing I think that is in that whole model that's kind of all screwed up about it is it's a profit-based driven scenario instead of a people appreciation-based scenario. And I see if we're going to shift into the future, and what I work on so much is that, and it's what I practice in whenever I had to lead projects or be a boss or own a company or do whatever, is that if you don't put people first and make them feel like they're the most important asset of any company, I don't care what it is you do on this planet, then basically you're screwing yourself, and eventually it's a self-destructive spiral. I don't care how long it takes or how much you've accumulated. You're basing it on the lowest common denominator if you're going profit driven. My product needs to be slave driven by all these employees. I'm going to oppress them. I'm going to set up a system where I am so rich and so powerful. Nobody's going to have any choice but to have to agree with me because I own the police and everybody else. Ridiculous. So the only thing we can do, the only response we have is we need to start to find what it is in common ground with us in our connectedness that leads us to that deeper place that you were mentioning, whether you want to call it enlightenment or awakening or just plain sensitive and commonsensical, however you want to call it, and grounded and real and honest. I mean, there's so many different ways you can look at it, but that's what the space is being created for and open to. And to me, if that's at the center point, if anything, we're going to evolve now, then it's still part of the problem. It's still coming from the same level that's got humanity in this mess in the first place. So we need to shift to a whole new center point to move from, which is people-based. And that's a real simple, mundane way of saying, but it's really true if you get it, because it means heart-based. If you're considering people first, you're concerned about the fact that these products are for us anyway. So why are we not taking care of the people that are making them so we can make those products for us and continue to care about us? And then a lot of these things we've been talking about start to increase their levels of complexity naturally, because you're creating a creative system that just keeps opening. And that's the stuff I deal with essentially. I mean, if you strip away all the outer parts, I go right into the middle of that and get into the infrastructure of that and work with that, because that's what we got to build on. And so a lot of what I do with the synergy work and accelerate collective evolution is going right into the middle of that and working with, like I say, I'm open to all transmissions. I've really become versatile and, connected with a lot of them, from the very most practical to also some very, sublime without getting hoity-toity and airy-fairy and elitist and all that crap, because I've also learned there all the traps of spiritual bypassing and all the things you can get lost in and all that crap. I'm not interested in any of that. The only spirituality I'm interested in is what I can live and breathe and touch and taste and feel and all those things and produce with in the world and create something.
I just wanted to add something, Dharmendra, to what you're saying. I actually see all these disruptions as really essential and necessary. And I think that, like war, even though this is not a good thing, these collapses of systems is actually bringing us to this place where we can actually start to reconnect in a new way. And I've just finished working for 2 days with refugee youth, which is really interesting because I really witnessed this collective wisdom operate in operation. And really what had to happen was engaging the heart chakra and really practicing being humble and sharing these stories, entering the myth together and moving forward together and not being separate any longer. But I believe it took this disruption to bring us together. And so I see all the disruption that's happening on the planet as the fertilizer, if you like, for preparing this new Garden of Eden. And Charlie, I really like what you wrote just now about braiding the sweetgrass and how the plants and animals are really our teachers. We have so much to learn there as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to add that I see the people. There's the economic stuff that puts people over profit. People should be centric rather than profit. Is great up to a point, but there's also people contextualized in nature. What is the natural dimension of economics? How does including nature in economics work? That's one way of cutting the pie. Also, the idea that economics is basically transactional. Charles Eisenstein, I put in the chat, his book Sacred Economics was a watershed for me. He's talking about gifting economics, and in transactional economics, your wealth depends on how much you have. In gifting economics, your wealth depends on how much you give, because the more you give within a community, the more you have a reputation for supporting other people, and the sense of obligation of other people supporting you grows. So it's a whole wildly different concept of wealth. And gifting, and part of what's remarkable about Charles's book is he reframes the whole economic system. How would it work if it was based on gifting? I know lots of gifting economics of people who give away their work and all that are in subsets of small micro communities. He looks at the whole system. What would it mean to translate our whole economic system into a gifting system, and how would it actually function? And it's pretty convincing. I put braiding sweetgrass in there, which Charlie dug up the author's name. It's very remarkable for giving you a vicarious experience of indigenous consciousness. What is it like to actually live in a world of reciprocity, where everything is relational? Even gifting has a I'm here and you're over there kind of consciousness. What does it mean when you are immersed in a give and take that is just the design of nature? And like the idea of asking a plant or animal permission before you take it for your own survival. You know you need to take it. That's part of the way the world works, is you need to take for your own survival. But you do it with this respect and asking permission. What does it mean to ask a plant permission before you pick it? I mean, to me, from my Western viewpoint, I go, that's absurd. I mean, how can a plant give you permission? But after reading her book, you know exactly what that means. You go, boy, I am so far alienated from that. It's embarrassing. But there's very different ways to frame economics, including separating ourselves from that which is measurable, quantified, especially financial. There's a number of critics of the gross domestic product who say the overwhelming majority of needs being fulfilled are not being fulfilled with money. Everything you do for yourself, everything you do for your neighbors or your family, all child care as somebody's growing up, it's like women who are caring for their children who get to be 60 years old and are now, they're now dependent on the larger system, but they didn't work their whole lives. I mean, the absurdity of saying that somebody who does child care and family care didn't work, and here's nature pumping out all this oxygen for us. I mean, come on, how do you quantify that into money? I mean, it's like there's the whole underpinnings of and economics is the care of a household. That's what the roots of the word are. It's like it needs a massive reframe. So I agree with you that one of the most powerful entry points into understanding the complex systems that we're in is economics. I disagree that it's the way to enter it. There's no the way in an interconnected system. Complex systems have many entry points, any one of which can be used to transform the system. But you're raising the economics thing is a very powerful thing. I have chosen to focus on politics and governance as my focus, but I know that politics and governance and economics are just, like they say, political economy. I mean, it's two sides of the same coin. But how do we co-create our life together is, to me, the essential question. And whether it's economics, whether it's politics, whether it's peace, all these things boil down to how we co-create our life together. So if we can figure out better ways to co-create our life together, we'll have the secret.
That's why I love saying accelerated collective evolution. I know it's only a word, but for some people it's an experience in this group, and it's definitely an experience for me. And I mean, it's disarmingly simple sounding, but it's not really. It's incredibly complex, and it's as complex as anything in this world and beyond, because it just is, because it comes from the beyond. It includes the universal. Supernatural abilities is the ability to reflect universal principles or laws through our group consciousness. Where we share gifts, that comes out on the collective level. And when it comes to shadows, getting through our economic travails and the politics and all the things that try to keep us wrapped up tightly inside our little shell and be good little what we're told to do through all the subtle media and not so subtle media, cram it down your throat implications of everything they do, that's the shadow. And it's the nitty gritty, yes, is where we need to go. We need to hit the trenches and deal with the economics and deal with the politics, because those are the biggest obvious phenomenal drags that are keeping us all locked into constraints that most of us are like coming out of our skin about if you're halfway sensitive. So absolutely. And the thing that really kept going through my mind, Tom, as you were expressing your beautiful and deep and profound understanding of, definitely beyond me when it comes to economics, and probably coming from your your political understanding that includes economics, is synarchy. The word synarchy, which is not it's not about a hierarchy, and it just dissolves all the notions of any kind of sense of anybody being different from anybody else, yet everybody having a unique contribution to give to the whole. Yet at the same time, so in tune with nature and everything else. You can't talk about synarchy if you're not connected to nature. Holarchy is kind of the step to synarchy, but synarchy is that ultimate synesthesia of all life forms into a collective collaboration that's just effortless at a certain point. I think that's what we'd all love to see and head for. And certainly, is a very big part of what I bring, what I introduce in the kind of processes I do. And I also recognize that each one of us is has our limitations, and that, but what I see that's also beautiful in opening up what our limitations are in a group like this is that, for me, what might be a limitation, the minute I share it with 10, 11 people and they eat it like a piece of cake, it's no longer a limitation anymore, because the feedback that comes back is just boom, okay, we're done with that now. Okay, so that really wasn't an issue. Now I have a gift. So I'm a lot into actually doing putting my money where my mouth is, and actually, if I'm going to say something, I also want to try and give an experience of what I'm saying to people, so that they can actually grok a little bit of it instead of just have a concept and walk away with a concept. And yes, you do need concepts. You do have to introduce people to things and get through the surface tension to somehow maybe get an impact to go a little deeper and start to come up against the real resistances, where the real energy is that we need to unlock in everybody, and why it's so important to start opening this collective agreement to share in a way that mutually uplifts us all. In different ways. I'm getting uplifted all over the place in ways I wouldn't have expected. Like Michael, when he shifted right after the spiritual into the economical, I mean, they're so intertwined, and there's so many like false, new agey people out there that are practicing false spiritual materialism by saying, pay me a lot of money and I'll wake you up. You can't do that. You can only wake up yourself. Nobody else can wake you up. But it can be accelerated if you're in a group of people that all have that intent, and some of whom may already have a profound degree of that. It's never ending. It's not like I'm enlightened and I'm done. It's like, yeah, so I had a mystical death, but I've been growing ever since then. I've been growing faster than I did before I had that. So it's not like it stopped. It got worse, in a good way. But, and I'm fogolished at that point. So somebody else, please.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to what you said, Tom, about differentiating between where your focus is more on governance, and which I totally appreciate and respect that too. And when I'm thinking about these things, economics, governance, and also I would put law as a third branch of areas. Law meaning the agreements we have with each other as a collective, right? And when I think about these three branches, I'm thinking about them as a technologist mainly, with the distributed ledger technology and blockchain. So I have a question for you. It's kind of in the context of getting back to Jamin's presentation of our system. I'm kind of teasing a question out here, but I've been talking a lot about blockchain to this group. I introduced this, a couple of years ago when we first started talking about creating a platform. I was like, man, you guys need to know about blockchain because it has these special properties as a technology that can open up new opportunities. And so, Tom, your differentiation between economics and politics or governance, what I'm thinking is that, the whole thing just needs to be completely redesigned. And maybe in 50 years, we won't even call it economics. We'll have some new name for something that kind of includes all the ways that we transact with valuable information. The key word there is valuable information. And to draw some context around this, the way we think of the internet. So, here we are 20, 30 years into the internet. And I could say that even though we definitely have some big concerns with the internet today, and it's taken off in ways we didn't quite anticipate, but I think there's been a lot of good too. It's the internet has provided for us a framework for allowing some greater collective intelligence to emerge, I would say. And yet, there's somewhat of a limitation to the internet. What the internet has done generally is it was a revolution in communications, right? Where before the internet we had just a handful of common communication channels, book, telephone, TV, radio, things like this. Now post-internet we have 10,000 ways of communicating with each other, right? So it's just like a very open dialogue on the internet. We're pretty much, it's just an extension of the freedom of speech where people can just communicate whatever they want, and it's taken as face value for what's being communicated, right? What the internet hasn't done well yet is handle valuable transactions as distinct to, a neutral transaction where as distinct from a communication that's if I write a book and it's free and open source, I just give it away to everyone. It's valuable, but anyone can copy it, and it's not the same kind of value as, say, what we would say a bar of gold is a valuable thing, distinct from just free range communication. So, I guess, excuse me, I'm just trying to tease out this question. That was the internet. Now, blockchain essentially is adding this new layer where we now have a technical ability to handle transactions of data or information that are critical, that they can't be copied or manipulated in any way. They're that valuable, meaning things like money systems and things like voting would be another thing. So even inside a governance, how badly could we use a democracy system or a voting system that we know is not manipulable, and you can't copy votes? And the other area would be law, where we can make agreements, and those agreements are handled in a new way that their value is maintained. So that's the way I'm thinking a lot with that new technology ushering in these new capabilities of basically a new kind of network, or network of networks, an ecology of networks that are basically managing value exchange in all these different ways, whether it's transacting what we think of today as money, or whether it's transacting our real limits on natural resources, as you mentioned, somehow an economics of that, and also governance systems, as a almost like a totality, like one giant ecosystem of just value exchange. Just a thought. That's the way I tend to think about this.
Beautiful stuff, everyone. Really beautiful stuff. And what's really interesting here is that through this process of all of us just conversing, we have actually revealed huge parts of this missing piece that I put in the middle of that image previously, which I'll talk about more in a moment. First, I want to acknowledge and welcome Ann Mitchell, who is such a beautiful person that the last time she turned on her camera, her beauty just fried the camera. So we really can't see her, but she is beautiful multidimensionally in so many ways. So feel free to jump in, Anne, at any time. I know you're entering a little bit late into the conversation, and my apologies to everyone for the short notice on this meeting. And thanks everyone for being here. I'll just trust you to jump in whenever you want, Anne, even if I'm
Well, thank you, Jamen. I was out doing something else and got home and saw this and jumped on as soon as I got here. So I'm thrilled with listening to this conversation about these different perspectives. Looking forward to going back and hearing the first hour and a half that I missed. But thank you for sending that out.
Absolutely. So good to have you here, Anne. Oh,
Quick.
Yeah, Charlie. Mm-hmm.
Just quickly, I had a few things that I didn't make it to tonight, and I was still thinking to try to meet a few people. But I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm just wondering if there's sort of particular things that you want or need to cover before I might have to cut out. I don't have a specific time I need to leave, but I'm just weighing it out, you know.
No, indeed there are. 2 hours into the meeting, we're 7 minutes into the agenda. So, and that's because, you know, we've turned this into a conversation, which is absolutely perfect. I'm very happy to unveil the key missing piece, which is really the nugget, the main nugget I wanted to get to. I see I've got support for that, and that's really good. But the first part is to acknowledge that whole facets of that key missing piece have been unveiled here. So I'm going to talk about it by first acknowledging some of the different facets that have been discussed at kind of a meta level, and then I'll jump right into the heart of it. So bear with me for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll jump right into the heart. So imagine at this point, I can see that a lot of people want us to, you know, get into that key missing piece. That's great. Let's just call that the key missing piece, conversation. Charlie, you mentioned conversation, and where is conversation in all this? Conversation is the heart, okay? So now imagine that of all of us here, just hypothetically, imagine that some of us said, yeah, I want to see that key missing piece. And others said, no, I want to go talk about politics. That's really what's got me excited right now. Let's talk about politics. And other people say, no, I want to talk about economics. Other people say, no, I want to talk about like decentralized organizations and blockchain and all that stuff. Okay, let's say there were 7 different topics we could go off into from here. And imagine there were 70 of us here instead of 12 or however many are here. And imagine that of those 70, an average of 10 went into those 7 different conversations. So instead of bifurcate or trifurcate, imagine we enfurcate, where in this case n equals 7. We branched off into 7 different conversations, okay? So just hold that thought as a possibility. I'm very glad we're all hanging in here on this beautiful long conversation. And long format is actually a key part of it, because that's how everyone's concerns get aired. It simply takes time. Okay, so now I'm going to unveil the key piece, okay? Collective superintelligence. The key piece is conversation. The key piece is conversations, plural, okay? So imagine that this conversation right here, right now, metaphorically, is like a lane on a freeway, okay? And as time progresses, we're moving forward, right, in an irreversible way along this lane on the freeway. All of us are here together in some big van, all 12 of us or however many, and we're in this van and we're all moving forward, okay? So, and then imagine that those 6 other conversations that we could be having are like 6 other lanes on the freeway. And that over time, some of us might change lanes and say, hey, it's been fun, but I really want to talk politics. I'll see y'all later. Click. And we click on a link that takes us into a parallel Zoom video conference on politics or economics or whatever, okay? Now imagine, and I'm really going to ask you to put on your imagination hat and forget all notions of practicality or that'll never work or okay, just put on the your biggest imagination hat that you've got in your room there. And imagine that, just arbitrarily say 1% of humanity, the 1% of humanity that's ready for this conversation, and I have tremendous faith that that'll grow from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 99% over time. But right now, just for the sake of argument, say 1% of humanity, say 75 million of us, right, choose to jump into this space that I'm now going to paint a picture of and just take it on faith that it is imminently doable. I mean, really imminently doable. Nolan met with the CEO of Zoom a few weeks back in the Silicon Valley, as well as representatives from Otter AI. Believe me, as a great not so great president would say. This is imminently doable. Okay, and it's going to be huge, and we're going to get Mexico to pay for it. Okay, enough jokes. Okay, imagine we've got instead of 1 lane or 7 lanes in a freeway, imagine we've got arbitrarily 1 million lanes. Imagine there are 1 million conversations going on in parallel. Okay. And this is one of those conversations. This one that's happening right now, exactly as it is. No changes. This is one of those lanes. And then imagine that, I said, like, we're in a van, right? Out of the tailpipe, we're farting out all kinds of, noxious gases and everything else. Imagine that from this van that we're cruising down this lane on the freeway, we are farting out a continuous stream of recording. We're recording this conversation. That's a very real thing. And that B, we are simultaneously farting out a continuous transcript. Charlie said this, Michael said that, Tom said this, etc. Nolan rocked his head up and down. That's a different kind of data, okay? Benjamin raised his hands. That's a different kind of data. So imagine that all of this structured data, mostly text, but actually the video and tonality and gestures and facial expressions, all these are crucial parts of it. But start with text if that helps you. We're farting out this continuous stream of text, okay, of who said what. And then imagine that, because we have real-time transcription, you all know that. This is a done deal. Very highly evolved technology, thank God.
Quick question.
Yes.
Just, I'm sort of ballpark percentage-wise, what's the margin for error in the raw transcription generally?
I'd say less than 1%. And then,
really?
Yeah, and then AI, even that can be taken down to a small fraction of 1%. And then, but that's where the video stream comes in, and other things, pattern matching, everything else, filling in that blank it's practically a done deal. But anyway, but we could even live with a much higher percentage of error. Bottom line, it is so clean right now. Transcription, so solid. So imagine that also in real time. So real-time transcription, imagine that in real time, Google or somebody else is also indexing that transcript, hence making it searchable, okay? Now imagine that's happening across all 1 million lanes on this freeway of conversation. And of course, imagine, like we talked earlier, lane switching is permitted and in fact encouraged. And so imagine now that each of us, that somebody jumping in, imagine the 1,000,001st participant in this who just found out about it and says, I got to jump in. They jump in and say, oh my goodness, there's 1 million conversations going on. I don't possibly have time in 100 lifetimes to visit all 1,000,000 conversations. Gee, where can I really contribute the most? Well, I know the planet's overheating, and I know about solar radiation management, and I've heard a bunch of stupid ideas about how to do that. And one really good one, which is vast arrays of floating mirrors in the oceans. So I'm going to type in solar radiation management, floating mirrors, and click, see what comes up. And imagine, 170 different conversations, all of which are happening right now, come up of different degrees of relevance. But at the very top of the stack ranking, just like in a Google search, is one where you have Dr. Yatow of Harvard, a friend of ours who came up with the concept of floating mirrors and all that. He's having a meeting right now with Jamen and the folks from ice911.org and Guy McPherson. Oh, well, shoot, I want in. Click, let me in. Now, let's say that the person who's wanting in, let's say it's Charlie. Let's say because of Charlie's track record, right? Charlie is polite. Charlie doesn't interrupt people. Charlie is oh my goodness. Okay, he just went down a few notches. But anyway, let's just say that Charlie's relevance to that conversation, as defined by the meeting organizer or organizers, is such that if Charlie wants in, let him in. And if Donald Trump wants in, sorry, I don't care that you're president. You're not welcome here, etc. So we've got some filtering function, right? So some people are automatically pre-approved, and others are pre-rejected. And others can apply and it might take a few minutes, but they might, get approved. And when you do, you get notified, hey, you're approved. I know you wanted to enter this conversation. You're now approved. You can enter. You get what I'm saying? All right. Of course you do.
Yeah, but slow down 1 second, Jimmy. How do they get that information? So Ann Mitchell says she wants into a conversation, but she's never been in one of these conversations before, right? Yeah. Where does that information about her politeness and ability to listen, et cetera, come from?
Yeah. Okay. So imagine that associated with each individual, including Ann Mitchell, who's never been in any of these conversations, imagine that all that Ann Mitchell chooses to expose a whole bunch of data streams, her resume, her Facebook profile and everything she's ever posted on Facebook, her Twitter stream and everything she's ever posted on Twitter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. LinkedIn reviews, how many people give her thumbs up, how many people love her, how many people hate her, whatever. Her Airbnb reviews, she left the place a mess and she never returned our calls and whatever. Okay, I'm just using Ann as an example. She's actually infinitely polite. She gets a golden ticket to any conversation, but just using you as an example. So there's a lot of data that you could make available to a bot, okay? And let's say that there's a bot, assigned to each person. If you voluntarily choose to let a bot come check you out and digest you and have all kinds of data and metadata on you, and that bot mediates this sort of negotiation, right? Hey, I want in. Your bot basically says, Ann wants in, and here's all the relevant information, and let me plug it into all your relevant slots and, do your computation. And maybe a human being has to manually approve, maybe not. Maybe, I use a separate bot for mediating and managing entries and exits into conversations and let that bot do it, and everybody knows that a bot is mediating this and that, et cetera. You guys are all super smart and dialed in. You get the point. And if you don't, just ask questions, just like what Ann just did. But basically, it's, if not a solved problem, an imminently solvable problem, even just with good software, not even AI, just good software. So bottom line.
Is it possible that there could be simultaneously multiple approaches to doing this kind of legitimation, and that there's competition among those approaches, and some of them are more successful than others?
Absolutely, and that's absolutely vital and essential, right? We absolutely, that's totally encouraged. And in fact, as the organizer of this meeting, I might choose one from literally potentially thousands of different ways or versions of software that could do that, right? Or I just do it manually. I don't care how many people apply. I'll manually approve or reject, right? So there's infinite number of ways. Moreover, that's the entry point, entering and exiting a meeting. Now let's talk about inside the meeting itself. There's a number of different cultures in which we could carry on this meeting. Let's say I did strict Robert's Rules of Order 1.0. You want to talk, you got to raise your hand. You have a certain amount of time. The moderator turns you on and turns you off, et cetera, et cetera. You break the rules, you get ejected, whatever, right? Or let's say that, hey, I'm from Brooklyn. And in Brooklyn, we always interrupt each other. That's just how we communicate. Charlie lived in New York, so he knows what I'm talking about. Brooklyn culture is the dominant culture here. If you can take it, great. And if you can't, well, can't take the heat, get the hell out of the kitchen, right? There could be tens of thousands of different cultures. We could create our own culture, right? So culture and its governance, right? Michael Gaio brought up rules, right? There can be rules, et cetera, et cetera. You guys are all smart and dialed in. I won't go on and on about that.
Agreements.
Pardon me?
Rules and agreements.
Rules and agreements, thank you. And so if you choose to enter this meeting, you have to agree to these things if you want to be a part of this meeting, right? Can you challenge those? Of course, there'll be a process for it, but you might miss the next hour and 20 minutes of the meeting, right? While you submit a proposed whatever, proposed amendment to an agreement, to a rule. Go ahead, Charlie.
It just occurred to me that, we're perhaps, I'm thinking about languages. I'm wondering if what's outside of English language, for example, how is that going to work? Or, yeah.
Yeah, so just like we have automatic transcription, are you familiar with Google Translate, Charlie?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, it's super dialed. I mean, they literally use vast data streams of United Nations professional translators translating from Swahili to Chinese and vice versa, and all, N squared different directions from one language to another. And pattern matching in AI, it's super dialed in. Snap that one Lego block, the translation Lego block, onto the transcription Lego block, and bzzz, there's so much voltage there, I'm afraid to connect them. Not really, just kidding. But you get my point. Okay. So people from any language can be talking with people from any other language, et cetera, et cetera. So this bridges everything to the max. Now, I'm just going to quickly screen share, and we'll do this back and forth a couple times, but I want to quickly screen share back to the big picture. And you haven't seen this, so if you can take a screenshot, that would be great, but not necessary. So here you have this collective superintelligence. All these parallel lines that I talked about as a barcode before, that's the freeway. So these are the million lanes. Imagine these million parallel lanes. And so literally for any question, there could be a lane for each question. Why not, right? Because there's never just a single answer or a definitive answer. That gets revisited from time to time. A given question may only get revisited on average once every 6 months. It's still a lane. It's just that no one's driving on it for most of the time. And then, oh, suddenly there's some traffic. You could subscribe to that question and say, look, anytime that question is addressed, let me know. I don't care if I'm sleeping. Wake me up. I want to be in on that conversation. Right? Why not? Some are simply that important to that many people. Imagine now that likewise, this collective superintelligence, this conversational domain, I think it might have been Michael Gaio who came up with the term. Imagine this conversational domain can be applied to every single bullet point, every single goal, every single idea for a solution, every single stage of solution development of every single possible solution, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, every facet of the model, every vote that's put out there, all the different voices on it, and of course it might infurcate. I know you're voting on this, but there's 17 different facets of it. Well, let's have a lane for each of those 17, conversations for each of those 17, whoever wants to talk about them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So imagine this cloud in the middle here, expanding and covering everything that you see on the screen. Okay? That's kind of the big idea right there. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everybody. That's the big idea. Bring conversation to it. Record and transcribe every conversation that everyone's willing to have. I'm not saying have Big Brother everywhere. You can't have a private conversation. Heaven forbid. The conversations I have with Melissa in our bedroom are very private and hopefully always will be, but probably aren't thanks to the NSA. That's a different story. In our world, if you all agree, if you all set a thumbs up, it's go time, right? And in general, the most enlightened of us are going to want to be recorded and transcribed all the time. We're generous. We want to give this gift to the world and to the massive growing database of transcripts of all these conversations so they can be drawn upon, whether for answering questions or for figuring out that, hey, some people have already talked about this. We might want to look at the synthesis of what came out of their 3-hour meeting before we just start from scratch. And maybe we build from that synthesis so we can build upon other conversations. Hey, I just found out that there's some other group in China that's talking about collective intelligence along very similar lines. How do I know that? Because our bots figured that out. Hey, shall we cross streams? It's kind of a guy thing, but shall we cross streams and join with that other conversation? If we all agree, or a super majority of us agree, we cross streams. And if some people want to jump out, go ahead, Tom.
I can see one of my concerns with the model is potentially addressed in the complexity that you're revealing now, that in the implementation stage that the model suggests, here's the implementation. All this process points towards the implementation. But the fact is there could be many implementations going on, all based on the conversation ongoing about how do we want to implement it at this situation, in this particular context, at this level, this time, whatever. And as it's implemented, I still think there should be a formal addition of a feedback line at the end after implementation, just to represent that function. People are talking about how's the implementation going, and it feeds back in various ways into the model. I also thought you should point up a potential Alexa function, because one of my focuses is randomly selected citizen deliberations, sort of like jury model, but on public issues, sometimes with 12 people, sometimes with more than 100 people, and building a whole new sense of how to do a citizen-based deliberative democracy on that model. And usually in those models, there are expert witnesses. It would be interesting to have this whole system be an expert witness for people who are deliberating in order to, for example, inform voters of what to do with this thing, because ultimately it is extremely complex. So could you have an Alexa kind of function where you asked the Alexa, the universal group, collective global mind, what about this? What about that? And the global mind answers, and they can put it into their present time alive deliberations and go, okay, what do we want to do with that? They could even say, could you give me the three main perspectives about this, plus a couple of fringe ones that aren't really talked about?
Brilliant.
Hey, Jamen, can I jump in just real quick? I'm finally starting, after so many meetings, to grasp what you're talking about with this, when you finally brought it into the actual application. And Tom gave a really good example of a possible application of this degree of sophistication and multidimensional, efficiency. And it occurred to me that I'm just going to plant a seed here, like I do sometimes, that this would be a lovely thing one night for all of us to get together and all use the word voyage. Because that's my favorite word for synergy and accelerate collective. And each one of us be like a major strand of the super intelligence. If, it may take us a while to find out what those major strands are, first of all. And then, and as we step into that and upscale our frequency of, awareness and love and consciousness, see what comes through us, just like we do with the trigrams, the elements, everything else. That would be something that you're designing and creating, that we can eventually discover what are the main bastions that hold up that incredible thing. And can we differentiate it enough to step into it, each of us, and because to me it would seem like an incredible way to start exploring, and start to work on some of the concerns and all the things too, because it's as it comes through us, things are gonna come up. You know what I mean? It's kind of a future now space I'm opening on that, just in terms of a possibility. It's not something I want to get into right now, because it's not the time and space, and I have to leave soon anyway. But just throwing it out there,
With everybody's permission, first of all, I want to welcome Jamie, who just joined us from Ohio. Woo! Longtime family friend of the Shiveleys, going back over 50 years. Grew up with my beloved cousins back there, and I got to hang with him growing up as a kid. Lots of great stories. But anyway, welcome, Jamie. Jamie, I muted you. If you want to unmute yourself, and then remute when you're not talking, and jump in. Some folks have to go, so I just wanted to share something super quick that kind of creates a model, a framework for this evolution. Because as we're talking about this system, so well, what about this? What about that? What about that? And that's all totally valid. So let me just share something here that'll, I think, help put this into some perspective. Okay. So one moment as I get the right. Bear with me. PowerPoint. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk way more about the system. And in fact, I'm just going to give some eye candy for those who have to jump off. We're going to talk about whole world. Michael Gaio put these images together. Great stuff. Taxonomies, wholeness for people, wholeness for the planet. We'll come back to this, so don't freak out. We get down to these leaf node needs, specific needs, all kinds of needs, including removing ice from power lines, which is the brainstorming example on the Harvard Business Review 4-minute video, which I highly recommend everyone to watch. It's only 4 minutes. Check it out. Solutions emerge, multiple solutions with myriad intended and unintended consequences. The intended are blue, or positive consequences are blue, negatives are red. Map them all, model them all, figure out the optimal set of solutions, moderated by the conversational domain. Using a simulator, that's a global holistic model, figure out the optimal set of solutions, We all get plugged into the matrix. I think that's Nolan at the top there. Anyway, we're going to now talk about the evolution of radical collective intelligence. Imagine that the blue thing represents the platform with all the software that we're talking about, from Zoom video conferences to Otter AI to transcription to translation to bots to indexing to taxonomies to everything else. The blue box represents the platform for radical collective intelligence, the technological platform. The brownish thing represents a brain, okay? And that represents the actual collective intelligence, which grows on top of the platform. The more people join, the more conversations we have, the more stuff that gets transcribed, the more stuff that gets figured out and agreed upon. Thank you, Michael. The bigger the intelligence grows. And it grows and it grows and it grows. And just like the baby dragon in Harry Potter, eventually it kind of grows to a point, not where it stops growing, but its growth is limited by the platform itself. Because it doesn't have some of those cool features that Tom and Michael and everybody just mentioned. What do we do then? You guessed it. We use the actual collective intelligence to collectively co-design and co-create the next version of the platform, which will support a much greater collective intelligence, actual collective intelligence. And you guessed it, we don't have to stop there. That new, vastly expanded hyperobject of collective intelligence can then collectively co-create, co-design, and co-build the next generation of the platform, which can support a much greater collective intelligence. And I think you see the trend here, okay? And the trend is such that we now have a competitor to abrupt climate change, to exponential abrupt climate change. Exponential abrupt climate change meet exponential collective intelligence. And we're going to see who wins this cosmic game of chicken.
That's not the right image.
Well,
or maybe it is, and we're really in trouble.
Well, you know, the point is it's a cosmic game of chicken, right? Really, what we're going to do is we're going to fake out abrupt climate change through solar radiation management, through veganism, and yes, through collective intelligence itself, which is going to come up, which is going to perfect those two solutions and many others. And we're going to get it to freaking veer off and crash into some, you know, pit somewhere. And it'll be ancient history very soon. Anyway, I know a lot of people have a lot of things to say, but I at least wanted to put that framework. So whatever you have, just know that it will be built into the next version, right? So write down your dating myself a little bit back to Horseshack. Welcome back, Cotter. I know Tom and Dharmendra know what I'm talking about. Jamie as well. If you're Horseshack and you got an just write it down or speak it out. But it'll all get in there, Horseshack. Anyway, I'm going to go on mute because I know other folks have stuff to say. Jump in and also try to be concise just so we can keep it flowing, because some people need to jump off soon, and this is just a magical moment. So say what you need to say. Just say it as concisely as you can. Go ahead, Tom. And Charlie, I think, has been waiting as well.
I would love to see an explicit explanation of the resistance of this to bot manipulation, because virtually every form of engagement, both face-to-face and online, that we've managed to create with these same kinds of visions has been taken over by very clever manipulations using artificial whatevers. You know, artificial intelligence that makes artificial personalities. You know, there's a whole newspaper or magazine, a blog that's been created with an artificial person created by manipulation of images. And each article on the blog is totally believable as the human creation, and there were no humans involved in the creation. It's like, how do we deal with the degradation of our informational and identity ecosystems with something like this, so that it is basically unmanipulable by parts of the whole on behalf of special interests?
Well, first of all, I just want to comment, it's inevitable that if we're talking about publishing this publicly, and we are, right? Number one, blockchain, thank you, Michael Gaio, it'll be the history of what was actually said will be unmessable with. Number two, just like we talked about rules, there'll be a lot of bots who are going to want in on these conversations. Do you let them in? Do you not let them in? Depends on the rules. Now, there will be good bots and there will be bad bots. I talked about github.com. We own bothub.com, which is under development, to create both a framework. Yeah, bots aren't allowed on GitHub. So we created BotHub. We're going to create both a framework, totally open, totally transparent, open source, on creating good bots. But bothub.com doesn't stop there. It's also a great place for bots to hang out and meet each other. And so even if I wasn't introduced to Charlie through Tom, my bot might find Charlie's bot sometime in the middle of the night and say, "Hey man, I think your human and my human would really get along. Let's get our humans together." "Oh, okay. Well, let's check out each other's calendars, at least the publicly exposed parts. Hey, I see a time spot on Tuesday, and we're both like above 95 percentile agreement." Think of those movies on Netflix. We're 96% confident you'll love this movie. We're 96% confident you guys will love meeting each other. And if in the first minute or two that pans out, well, it may take a while for us to introduce each other to ourselves. Well, the bots will figure out, what does Charlie need to know about Jamen? What does Jamen need to know about Charlie? And you see how quickly we can communicate? That's partly why we have such massive brains. When we were, hairy and running around half naked in the jungle, we had to be able to very quickly say, listen, there's saber-toothed tigers over there. We got a limited water supply over there. We got limited time. My wife's over here. Let's do it. Let's get this figured out, right? So we're really good at that. Look, Nick Bostrom, who I read from in his great book, Super Intelligence, bless his soul and all that. Bill Gates says, I highly recommend this book. These guys are all into AI. The intelligence is right here. It's in conversation, bringing people together, making all these million lanes on the superhighway accessible to everyone, whether you do a real-time search or you subscribe to something. Hey, I know nobody's talking about it now, but anytime anyone talks about rutabaga permaculture on skyscrapers, let me know. And if it's that important to me, literally wake me up and I want in, right?
The MIT Collective Intelligence Lab is focusing on the combination of, human and artificial intelligence, computer intelligence. So it might be a resource. There's something about this that makes me concerned.
Yeah, totally. They published a handbook on collective intelligence, bought it, read through it, checked out all their stuff. Wasn't terribly impressed, frankly, because they weren't even getting into the conversational domain.
But would they be impressed with this, is what I'm wondering. They
would be very impressed with this if they got outside their egos. I invited them to the first international conference on collective intelligence. They didn't come. And that's all right. We need to find better ways to reach out to them. Outreach is a whole big theme for us. We need to reach out to the folks at Rebel Wisdom, for example, and do a conversation like this, very much like this, and publish it on Rebel Wisdom, because the 100,000 people most likely to get jazzed by this and jump in and say, wow, let's do this, a huge percentage of them are on Rebel Wisdom. Not all of them. So anyway,
I'll bring it to Extinction Rebellion.
Please do. We need Extinction Rebellion. Melissa and I are plugged into the 350s. I'm plugged into a degree with Extinction Rebellion folks as well, probably not as much as you, Tom, but we need to get everybody in on this. It's time to do this. And as we can see from the critical mass, not just of amazing people in this conversation and amazing contributions, we're basically there. And we don't really have any time to wait. We're almost reaching the point of having an ice-free Arctic, either this summer or next summer. We're skating on such thin ice. The oceans are warming, acidifying, deoxygenating. You all know what's going on. And it's insanely bad. And it's time that we put this thing together so that we can have a proper game of chicken with abrupt climate change. Right now, the car is just running towards us, and we're kind of tied up on the middle of the road going, oh, shoot, right? It's time to untie ourselves, unshackle ourselves, come together, and run that thing off the road.
Lovely to meet you, Charles and Tom. I got to go. Everybody else, see you the next time I see you. It's been really fun playing here today. I wish I could stay longer. If you guys are still on in an hour or two, I'll just check back in and see. But otherwise,
Oh, Lord.
You never know, Tom. You never know.
Good chance we will be. Great to see you, Dharmendra.
Yeah, lovely to participate at this level of discourse. I feel totally honored. This is really cool, super cool. Super cool place to bring what I bring to the table. Love it.
And quite frankly, this may be the coolest, most badass conversation on collective intelligence on the planet. I think we'd be hard pressed to find a better one.
Yeah, I would highly tend to agree with that.
So, that's why I'm saying now is the time to bring in Rebel Wisdom, bring in the leadership of XR, bring in Greta Thunberg.
Resonant fields. That's the way you got to start. You don't want to go out and find your oppressors. You want to find the people that breathe in similar oceans near you, and that's how you build a collective. I'll just throw that in as I leave.
Before you leave, it feels like we should get agreement on what happens with the recording.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure Dharmendra will be cool with it, but
I'm okay. I'm okay always. I get way weirder than this in my stuff, so I'm not too concerned.
Yeah, totally. But anyway, but point taken. So before you leave, let us know where you stand on recording, publishing, etc. And we can always address it later.
Everything. Just I'd say publish it. That's where I'm at.
But we'll address that later. We don't have to even get there. It's premature. Let's see where the conversation goes, and then we can figure out.
Oh yeah, I'm actually I don't know where it's going to go once I'm gone. But so anyway, I probably would be in agreement. Just if you need to ask me though, please do when it's all over, and I'll take a look at the rest of it that I missed.
Will do. And look, by default, this recording stays safe in the vault, unpublished, unmessable with, until we have unanimity of everyone who's participated. It's
okay.
As simple as that.
Sounds good to me. It should be that way always. Total respect with everybody. It should always be like that. We need accountability on every level all the time. It has to be that way.
That's how it is. Otherwise, there's no trust. If there's no trust, people aren't going to open up.
And we're not going to have hearts connecting. We're going to have something that is other than that, which I would hate. I wouldn't be interested in being part of. So I know we don't do that though, so I'm not worried.
Yeah. And the only disclaimer I throw in is that who knows what the NSA is doing with this, if anything, and I can't speak other than to say, send your smartest here. Join this meeting, NSA. We need your smartest. We need your Edward Snowdens before they quit. So send them here before they quit and before you assassinate them. Because
you really
I'm out of here. Peace out.
Oh,
Lovely to meet you, Tom and Charles again. Bye, everybody else. See you soon.
Love you, Dharmendra. All righty. Oh, my goodness. And Charlie, bring your friends. Forward the link as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'd like to preserve this, and if you could put the link up on put it on YouTube or something so we can refer people to it.
If there's unanimity, we'll do it. If not, we'll figure it out. I mean,
are there any concerns?
Since it came out, I'm just curious, like, what's the norm? Like, I guess you're doing group calls regularly. What do you tend to do?
If everyone agrees, we publish. If even one person says, no, in some cases, we'll actually edit out that person, right? Okay, to address their concern. And in other cases, we simply don't publish, right? Depending. But, generally, if you're invited to this meeting, it's because you're pretty cool and, you basically get it. And part of getting it is getting that we need to share this with the world, right? But that's not a judgment. That's not an absolute. It's just my opinion. Other opinions, contradictory opinions, welcome.
So avoiding the possibility of groupthink where we say, does everybody agree and nobody wants to be seen as a dissenter, I would ask, are there any concerns to us making this fully available public? There being no concerns, I see consensus.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I do have concerns, but those concerns are overridden. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, on a meeting that Dharmendra led, I talked about my drug use and alcohol use and that some of that's a problem for me. Am I embarrassed by that? Frankly, yes. But you know what? The importance of sharing with the world for me overrides even my own embarrassments, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's an example. Is it? I'd be lying to you if I said I didn't have a concern. I do have concerns. I have them all the time.
I would just say I have curiosity. Oh, I'm sorry. I cut you off?
No. Go.
Just not less a concern than just a curiosity of what's the likelihood it's going to be seen and where and by whom, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's mainly up to us. each of us individually. Do we share it on our Facebook? Do we share? Do we talk about it? And I really feel like we're reaching this singularity moment where these meetings are becoming so crazy cool that more and more of us are going to share it more and more broadly with more and more urgency and say, you've got to be a part of this, right? Humanity, you've got to be a part of this, right? So please join us. There's a lot of ways to join us. One is to join radish.org, but that's certainly not the only way. Tom, please feel free to plug your stuff. Charlie, feel free to plug your stuff. Michael, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Plug away, but we got to get together one way or another, and hopefully in multiple ways. There's not just one way. Let it be distributed. Let it not be centralized. Let there be no emperor who says this is the way it is. But let's get together, humanity, and let's do this, but across a million lanes instead of just one lane. And many of those lanes will be focused on cooling the planet through solar radiation management. Other lanes will be focused on veganism, stopping animal agriculture for so many reasons. Other lanes will be working on transforming not necessarily just government, but governance and rules and all kinds of stuff that Michael and everyone was talking about earlier, Tom, et cetera. Go ahead, Charlie.
I would just love to receive the transcript. That would be great.
Yeah, regarding transcription, we're in the process of integrating that. Nolan's closest to that, but we'll get there, and hopefully we'll get this transcribed fairly soon. But,
I mean, I can run it myself too. It's just if you're going to make one.
Yeah, totally.
So this is a vision where the technological capacity exists to realize most of the vision relatively quickly, but it hasn't necessarily all been put together into a unified system. But you're not waiting for the unified system to come up before more people are invited to the party. Is that accurate?
That's exactly accurate. That's exactly.
Okay. So my main use of this video would be to write a description of my understanding of what it is that's going on here, and links that I see to the dialogue and deliberation conversational world that I've been occupying for the last 30 years, and to send that out to both to individuals in that world and to groups like the National Coalition for Dialogue and Deliberation, which has thousands of practitioners in the field in it, and say, so what do you guys think of this? Should there be subset of our group that is, talking to Jamen and other people who are involved in this, and sort of how to co-evolve this thing from the position of many different conversational methodologies. And the idea for about 8 or 10 years within the National Coalition for Dialogue and Deliberation has been a question about how to integrate all the different results of conversations using wildly diverse methodologies in wildly different locations about the same issue. How do you weave that into something that's useful and fed back to the people who are involved in the conversation and to the public officials, the citizens, whatever. So this has interesting implications for that inquiry.
I just want to, this is a sidetrack, but I didn't get to speak this earlier. So Tom, I really love what you wrote about with nature and the animals and the plants speaking. And I just wanted to quick short story. I worked with 3 children. They were under the age of 7. This was in Europe, in Spain, and it was springtime, and we went out into the field, and I said to each child, here's a little vase. Now go out into the field and ask the flowers if you can pick them before you pick them. And so off they went with their little vases, and I could hear the 2 little girls asking each flower, hello, would you mind if I pick you? And if the flower said no, they were instructed to move on to the next flower. And if the flower said sure, they would pick it. The boy didn't heed the instructions. He was just ripping out flowers by the handful and stuffing them into his vase. And the 3 children came back all smiling with their vases. And within half an hour, the vase of Francois, which had been brutally ripped from the field, had all wilted and died. the vases of the little girls who had asked permission, they thrive for another at least 3 days, in full splendor and glory in their vases. So I really just wanted to share that because I want to remind us to always be in conversation with Mother Earth, the higher realms, and all the nature around us, also for guidance.
There's a story in a book called The Secret Life of Plants of a leaf that is put on a table, and every day is, there's a leaf on one table and a leaf on another table right next to each other. And one of them gets talked to every day and appreciated for how beautiful it is and all the rest. And the other leaf shrivels up while this one stays. It's like, there's something going on there.
Well, it's like the work of Dr. Emoto and sort of
The water.
Water, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a plant that I received in 1972. She was from my grandmother's plant. And when my grandmother died, my mother took cuttings and gave them to each of her 5 children and kept one for herself. And I named mine after my grandmother and have kept her. She's moved all over the country with me. And she has a name. She gets talked to all the time. And she's an absolutely beautiful Christmas cactus who blooms constantly. And I mean, I don't know how long she's going to live. I'm thinking about who I need to will her to because she's going to hang around for a while.
The question of bringing in the voices of the voiceless into conversation is one that's up for a number of people. How do you have people? If there's a book called The Fifth Sacred Thing by Starhawk, it's a novel, a positive utopian, challenged utopia novel, just based on modern pagan kinds of approaches to things. She's a pagan leader. And in their councils, they have the 4 directions represented. Somebody is in a costume that represents their direction. Each of the 4 directions has a different perspective that can be consulted and is respected. Everybody shuts up in order to hear when one of the 4 directions has something to say. That's one approach. And Joanna Macy has what's it called? The Council of All Beings. There's another.
I'm going to grab that book right now.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, many of the lanes will be book clubs, ongoing book clubs, right? Now, speaking of the ongoingness of all this, I want to propose a radical idea to everyone. Can you hear me, sweetheart? Yeah. Okay, here's a radical idea. Okay, well, first I want to talk about one quick idea and then the radical idea. The quick idea is synthesis, right? If we wanted to, we could stop right now and say, let's do a synthesis of everything we've talked about. I think we would all be shocked at how quickly and how beautifully that synthesis would come together. And that's the small idea. The bigger radical idea is, what if, and I'm just going to propose this to the group, and I'm going to defer to Tom, who knows most about democracy and governance, or whoever else wants to chime in. I don't want to single you out, but I just want to point to Tom and say, what if we had some democratic, holocratic process to determine whether or not we did the following? Paused for 5 minutes. I think some people probably need bathroom breaks anyway. And in those 5 minutes, or whatever number of minutes we agree upon, we send this link, we forward this link to other people who we think would really appreciate the conversation. Some people jump in, so we get some new people. We go from, a dozen to 25 or whatever. And once these new people have joined in, we pause and do a synthesis to bring them up to speed. Synthesis is incredible. It's not a waste of time. I think we can all just kind of inherently see that. And syntheses are going to be incredibly powerful so that people who change lanes into a conversation that's been going on for a few months can be brought up to speed. These can be put in writing, they can be compressed down into an edited 3-minute video, or they can be done on the fly. Hey, Jamie, you just joined. Let's pause and give Jamie a 30-second synthesis. And in Jamie's case, that's actually feasible. He's that smart. Jamie's got his hand up. He's had it up for a while. Sorry, Jamie, I didn't notice that. I think we need better tools than just these microscopic hands. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm going to defer to Tom because Tom is really I'm just going to defer to Tom.
Did Jamie have something to say? Jamie is on mute.
Hi guys, it's Jamie from Cleveland, and it's great to meet you all that I haven't met. I wanted to make a comment about the recording aspect and everybody agreeing or disagreeing or having reservations about recording. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's totally respectful if somebody says, I don't want to do it. But I come from the United States federal government background as a agent. And so with that background, unrelated to this mission, I make the assumption that virtually at some point or another, everything is being scrubbed and consumed. I'm not saying surveilled or spied upon, but consumed by various agencies, going back to DARPA and others, many agencies, intelligence agencies, for very, very good reason, and sometimes nefarious reason. So, well, my point being is that I think in this age of technology, while we're using platforms that we agree to their services, and those service agreements are often diluted into both monetary gain for those companies, secondary monetary gain for their subscribers and their advertisers, and government access. I make the assumption that everything that I'm talking about and we're doing is in some way being consumed. And I actually sort of want to just subscribe or recommend that everybody I'm not suggesting anybody feel differently, but we're at a point at the Earth's precipice that we're at the end of, what we think is probably, the Earth's, what we've done to the Earth and what she can take anymore, that it's not really a bad idea that we open source our conversations and publish them. I kind of feel like, surveillance be damned, if you will, that it's a little too late to worry about who's watching. And if we really mean what we say and we're honest with ourselves and our motives, that it really doesn't matter who's watching. That being said, I come from a clandestine background. So there's no one that understands that more than me, how things can be twisted and damaged and broken. And as the end of times come with the melting of the Arctic, that I'm not here to say that important, powerful agencies wouldn't want to manipulate information. But the bottom line is we're not going to be able to stop that, whether or not they do or don't. What we can do is, we can be the Paul Revere's of our era, and we can scream and yell that climate change is coming, and hold the bell and ring the bell and run through the town with a lantern and not be overly concerned with who's recording what. Again, that being said, I'm not a big fan of Alexa or Siri or any of these for-profit vacuum machines that suck up our verbal data and now our visual data. They're trying to get us to buy visual data hardware. So every part of our life is absorbed with a smart toilet and a smart refrigerator. But I do believe that there's still a place for putting ideas on paper or papyrus. And I consider this, all of us taking our collective intelligence and downloading it onto the internet, which is the new papyrus, and sending it off for hopefully the greater good of all. So I have no total solution to it, but that's my take. And I'm going to put my hand down, and I just want to listen. Thank you.
Hey, Jamie, do you know Robert Steele?
I know of him. I don't know him, but I know of him.
Okay. He's ex-CIA, and he wrote a book called Open Source Everything.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay.
Hey, listen, the bottom line is this. You're kidding yourself if we're pretending that we're the only people on this call, and we're also kidding ourselves if we think the other people on the call that don't agree with us matter, because they don't matter. What matters is getting the information out. Let's follow the yellow brick road. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Let's talk to the Oz. That's what I'm saying.
But we can still make some choices, let's say, wise choices about, not sort of being closer to the curtain than you really need to be, or I don't know how you want to say. I mean,
agreed. Totally agreed. I'm not suggesting anybody let their personal guard down in any way, ever. Please never do that. But as it relates to, are we going to save what's happening on this rock, this planet? As a member of the Alphabet Soup group, I can tell you that I believe that I personally want to survive and have my kin survive and find a new way. And if that means every part of the government I was associated with is abolished, I'm all for that. But you're absolutely right to be very cautious and wary. And you listen, watch your rearview mirror. I drive home a different day every day. I get what you're saying. I get it. In the same time, we've got to find a way to be brave enough to say, damn the Yankees and move forward. And I'm not saying that'll be safe, comfortable, easy, or free, and not everybody can do it, and not everybody can take that risk. But at some point, I'm hoping that enough of us are willing to say, hey, the emperor has no clothes, and the arrows be damned. And unfortunately, I think it's going to come to that. Jamen and I have talked for many years about what do we do about the negative and the dark side. And you know what? Like in Star Wars, there is no erasing the dark side. It is there. And the harder we push to create something fantastic, the stronger the power of the evil will become against us.
But we can gently do mesh networks and decentralization and don't push so hard. Just do the other thing.
Agreed.
And there's many foxholes to keep our heads down in.
Agreed. Keep your foxhole dry. There's no doubt about that.
It's funny you said you're part of the Alphabet Soup, which refers to the government, and it made me think of Alphabet, which is the owner company of Google.
I was a part of the Alphabet Soup, and I love the guys that I worked with and the mission. But the fact is the mission is very specific towards each government. And Peter Gabriel's song, Games Without Frontiers. When we get out the video, everyone should listen to that. And it is Games Without Frontiers, and we've got to be smarter than the leaders we elected, because if you elect a clown, expect a circus.
Great line. I wanted to toss in another thing that is tangentially relevant at the moment and maybe very relevant within the next year or two. Several years ago, I was one of the people who had taken a Wise Democracy class with me, wrote a blog about, she does consulting with food systems in Appalachia. And it's like all the players, the government regulators, the farmers, the restaurateurs, the farmers markets, all the different parties who are involved in this, in these food systems collaborating. And she sort of noted that multi-sector, multi-stakeholder, multi-scale networks that are inclusive and collaborating are becoming a new form of governance. This is, from a complex system perspective, a new form of holistic governance. And a month or so later, from independently, I got a referral to another guy who operates at the international level, who told me that he has noticed in each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals at the UN, the organizations, all kinds of organizations who are involved in working on the Sustainable Development Goals, are developing multi-sector, multi-stakeholder, scale networks trying to work together. And of course, the perspectives of the different stakeholders in different sectors are so wildly different. The worldviews, the way they think and operate are so different. They're having a hard time working together, but they're trying. And they're manifesting in different ways. You know, major actors like states or large corporations can control or distort what happens in one of these things, but many of them are actually authentically trying to work together across their diversity. And that opened up, and this is represented in the pattern language in terms of collaborative network governance and citizen stakeholders. Like, what, there's a kind of democracy that is defined by those who are impacted by the decision or involved with the decision should make the decision. And that's basically stakeholders, the people who have a stake or who have power or have resources or who are impacted by it. Those are all stakeholders in an issue. And so having all, if it's inclusive, you have all the stakeholders involved across all the sectors, you have a holistic form. If they're collaborating, they're the people who are making whatever happens happen anyway in an uncollaborative way. Once they're collaborating and coming up with something that makes sense to all of them, you have an intrinsic form of governance happening. What's going on the ground is being shaped by all those parties. And yet they could come up with something that the people in that place might not like so much. So that's the citizen, the people of a place. That's what a citizen is, you know, the occupier of a place. You know, what role do they have? So one of the challenges I've been exploring, and that's reflected in the pattern language, is what is the proper integration of these two different kinds of collective voice. And again, it's interesting how this particular mode, this particular platform could serve both of those, particularly if it's intentionally designed. There are ways to mess with that little chart that you had to point out that here's a bunch of stakeholders that could be brought in particular ways, and here's, you know, kinds of conversations that help stakeholders work together and the kind of data that they are bringing to the party, perspectives, needs, whatever. And then citizens, the kinds of knowledge we have about bringing diverse citizens together, randomly selected or selected for their differences, and then come up with collective things together, and having that be part. It feels like those are both inputs into the conversation, the black box in the middle, and they're also what the black box discharges into those specific empowered conversations, the stakeholder collaborations and the citizen deliberative councils, whatever. It's interesting to play with those things. Check.
Hey, Tom, I just want to reflect. You're saying multi-sector, multi-stakeholder, multi-level, this is interesting. I want to research this more. Is there a term for this type of new organization?
Not specifically. There's, what is interesting, we're within the little group who was exploring this as a form of activism, just 3 or 4 of us, that ended up coming apart on some disagreements, whatever. But the idea of, we called it MS3 as a code. You know, that's the multi-sector, multi-scale, multi-stakeholder. That the fact that they're all MSs made it easy to put them together. Inclusive collaborative network governance is another form that is less specific with stakeholder and sector and across, but the inclusivity is important. And you can have multi-sector that just has private and government, you know, so that's not as inclusive. So these different terms, and the fact that most of the people, there's more and more organizations and academic institutes and whatever who are exploring this realm, but few of them think of this as an emerging form of governance. That's a conceptual leap even though they are determining what's happening on the ground, once you think of it as governance, it's like a different kind of challenge. There's a certain kind of responsibility that you'd have to collectively take to be governance consciously, and that kind of governance would be more receptive to suggestions of how to engage the citizenry in various ways. But there's some articles on this on the you look at the inclusive network governance pattern in my pattern language. wd-pl.com is my pattern language website. And it has a list of patterns. If you go under the patterns drop-down menu, there's a list of patterns alphabetically. So you could look at the page for that pattern, or for the citizen stakeholder integration, I think is the name of that pattern. How to integrate the citizen stakeholder perspectives. Yeah, and that's all. It's funny because that's already happening.
Yeah.
That they don't recognize themselves as a form of governance, and they don't necessarily have access to the world that I've been involved with for the last 3 decades of here's all the ways for different people to work together well. You know, they're just struggling along, maybe getting a consultant or facilitator here and there, but they don't know there's a whole field of people who have researched and developed methodologies to deal with this. So if we wanted to facilitate that, that's sort of what we thought of when we were doing this little core group trying to expand this idea, was we need to help these people work together, and we need to wake them up to the fact that they're an emerging form of governance that's as big as the leap from monarchy to democracy. This is a leap towards greater wholeness that's beyond our usual sense of what democracy is, at least the Republican form.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's an important distinction just to make even clear the difference between government and governing. Because
Yeah.
we tend to think of, a government is a certain thing that does this to the people, whereas
Right.
this is, So
This includes and transcends government. One of the sectors, the public sector, is government, but it's not the only player in the picture.
And I see how this pattern also, could integrate well with this idea of the decentralized autonomous organizations that Charles mentioned earlier, that's empowered by this new technology.
Yep.
And that, it's great to hear this, that's actually happening. And I know it's also, these are also happening, experiments like this are happening out in the blockchain space. One of my favorite projects is EOS. They created a democratic system where anyone who holds the asset gets a certain amount of vote, and it's a new way of doing it, a new way of governing a community at large scale, and it's active, you can use it, it's real-time democracy, in its own way. And so I think it's really important that these things are just happening, that people are doing them, and then finding out what's not working and what is working, and then sharing widely, then other people can try experiments. Rapid experimentation, I see that as a pattern of evolution itself. We tend to think we need to just design it perfectly first and then put it out there, but usually the way things evolve, both in nature and in the human scope, is by trial and error as rapidly as possible.
Yeah, it's all in the pattern language.
I also want to bring in again, which I love bringing in, is the divine feminine, and that we also need to more and more and more have that voice in the lead. It's a more nurturing, intuitive, and compassionate way of being in the world, and bringing us back into the heart connection with the world and with one another. And however we can do that, I think it's really important that we support that and encourage that.
Absolutely, Melissa. Thank you for saying that.
We have a young woman who has become a major player in the wise democracy pattern language world, who's challenging us on exactly that basis and talking about the missing patterns that need to be put in that reflect that more. So thank you. Did Jamie, there's a note here, Jamie, I see your hand, but Jamie has not been called on.
Oh, Jamie's got his hand up.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you all. Thank you. Tom, amazing. Michael, amazing. What I wanted to add is coming from the inside of the government and working outside the government. There's a significant problem, and the governance sector has, in my lifetime, I'm 56, they have adapted policies and procedures that make the government sector happy. So the government provides grants, loans, resources, technology, whatever, to the governance sector and the NGO sector to solve problems. And it's not a bad approach because problems get addressed. And I say addressed. But one of the mistakes that has been made, and I see it in every level, going through the Catholic Church, which is governance, and the U.S. government, the federal government, the United Nations, they identify a problem. They find NGOs and other agencies to assist them. But virtually in every case, the input from for example, the food industry that Tom mentioned, and all of the different facets of harvesting food and growing food, and Cisco and General Mills and whoever, at no point do they consult the hungry. Mm-hmm. And that is true in virtually every asset or facet of the government. And since the government doesn't consult the hungry, the governance agencies, whoever might be Salvation Army, whoever, to get those grants, what they do is they provide a roadmap of what they intend to do to help the hungry, but at no point do they speak to hungry people. So the programs are top down, and they line up, for example, hungry people or people that need clothes or people that need housing, and they approach the problem as a victim-centric issue. Mm-hmm. That if we could just get more money from the Department of Human Services to provide a grant to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, to give some money to the local, the state funding organization to give it to the counties, and then we ask hungry people to show up, we did our job. When in fact, the best solution to any of these problems is to just impanel a group of people that have hunger issues and live in food deserts and ask them what would solve the problem. So what we've got to do is we've got to find a way to go from a top-down solution-based system, which is ingrained in basically every part of the world, every country, to a bottom-up system of, why don't we ask, if the frogs are dying in South America, why don't we ask the frogs what they need? If people are hungry in San Diego, why don't we go and talk to everyone who's hungry? Or if the homeless problem in Seattle is significant, we should be interviewing Seattleans that are living in tents. But that's never looked at as an option. And so I submit that in some way, I don't know how, but in some way, we've got to twist this around and put our emphasis on, let's ask the burn victim what they wish they didn't have in their house. If they had, I wish there wasn't a kerosene heater in the house, then maybe we could just, stop producing kerosene heaters. So I think that we're not looking at solving the problem for people in need. We're looking at solving the problem for the government and appeasing the people in need. And that's a very, very significant difference. Going on mute.
Well, and now imagine that we distribute low-cost devices to homeless people and distribute them so that, say, one person we meet, they end up allowing the voices of several others to be heard through a device that none of them could get on their own, right? And then they are just reporting from the ground, and whenever, you know, we're having a meeting about this, they're just notified, you know, or whenever they want to have a meeting with other people with these devices, they can get together. So I think that low-cost device distribution effort could be really huge at some point.
It could be, Nolan, it could be so inexpensive. It could be 50 cents a piece. It could be 22 cents a piece. And there's so many mechanisms to fund that. And these are just the kind of ideas that we've got to get the voice of the voiceless. If we're not going to get the voice of the voiceless in every part of this, you know, we need to reach out to indigenous people to these meetings. We need to reach out to all of the old clans. We need to talk to people that aren't being heard. And that's the only way we'll get back to any kind of sustainability away from this, you know, addiction-based, you know, Christmas. This is the worst time of year, Christmas hoarding economy. And we've got to talk to the voiceless.
Yep. And we need to include all the voices. You know, it's like the focus on voiceless people, voiceless entities right now is appropriate because it's the need to swing the balance in the other way. But to make the voiceless the only part, not engaging the whole system, what I call the prime directive of the Wise Democracy pattern language is evoking and engaging the wisdom and resourcefulness of the whole on behalf of the whole.
Yeah,
So,
and I just in terms of language, just a really quick thing. I don't think people are voiceless. I don't think animals are voiceless. I don't think the planet is voiceless. We're choosing not to listen. And I don't know if talking about that language or finding another way to say that would be helpful or harmful. It's just, I mean,
right.
Yeah.
It is helpful. It is helpful to talk about this. My term is called semiotics. That's not my term, but that's a term I borrow. Semiotics is the study of signs and symbols across all different kinds of systems, right? So I agree. There's so many different kinds of voices, and every type of voice in itself is, you know, as Marshall McLuhan says, that the medium is a message. You know, if we're going to hear what the frogs need, we can't expect them to speak in the language we know. We're going to need to learn to read their data, to read what they're already expressing biochemically or through some analysis of their croaking, you know. So that's semiotics, learning how to read signs and symbols from, you know, biology and, you know.
Thank you. That's cool. I'm going to do some research on that. But it just, I mean, you know, taking something like SeaWorld as an example, there is no doubt you can just look at these whales and dolphins and know that this is not the life they want to live. Like the frogs, I think, are a bit more complicated, but there's a whole bunch of other animals that have been, you know, you watch a dairy cow having her baby taken away. It's not at all difficult to understand that she is horrified by what is happening, and she is in the depths of despair, as is the baby, and yet we do it millions of times across the planet every day. I'm wondering if we talk about it differently, if we have a different frame, a different context, because this problem has been going on for a really long time with all people that we call marginalized or whatever, and with every animal on Earth and the Earth herself.
Expanded golden rule would go a long ways.
You know, I want to jump in, and there was a reference to indigenous and marginalized, and you know, one of my learnings and takeaways from this climate change and consciousness conference that I mentioned much earlier, maybe some of you missed that. I didn't go into it, and I don't want to, except that there were indigenous, kind of very small minority, but sort of intentionally, and it was a challenge actually just getting them there, and some couldn't make it, but having them there and their voices, what actually, including youth and elders both. So in regard to you know, the wise elders of indigenous, for example, what became clear and what I would aim for is actually having them lead, and also animals, you know, to however you can sort of, you know, grok that and translate that into, you know, whatever forms. Yeah, we need to listen.
I just want to add that with the First Nations, the real conversations are important. And my friends and family who are Haida, Tlingit, and Tsimshian, the majority of them are not using internet for conversations. And so I think there have to be these multiple lanes of conversation happening in different spaces. And I love what you're saying, Charles. I think that's absolutely right, that First Nations and the Divine Feminine need to lead these conversations.
I would just like to kind of go off of what you were talking about, Anne, because I really connect with that, and this idea that these voices are speaking and we just aren't listening. And like on the topic of the Divine Feminine too, I think the voice of the Divine Feminine is deeply oppressed through animal agriculture all over the world. I mean, talk about letting the disenfranchised people lead the conversations. Like if you let a herd of cattle lead themselves, they don't walk into a slaughterhouse. And I think, yeah, what you're talking about, Anne, with these mothers like communicating very clearly that their hearts are being broken. This is occurring all over the world all the time right now as we speak, and it's a conversation that we choose not to listen to because it's composed of screams and wails. And I think for us to really start taking that conversation, or this whole conversation, seriously, we need to start listening to what the earth is telling us through her children and her people. And I do think it starts with the animals, or I mean it's cyclical. Like Will Tuttle talks about how what we're doing to these animals, we ultimately do to each other, and so I think it makes it, the more we listen to the frogs and the cattle, the more we'll learn about what it is we need to do for one another.
Just to drop something in, just kind of plant a seed and put something in the collective calendar. A friend of mine, Rob Delat, it's L-A-E-T, he's a Dutch guy who lives in north of Brazil for a long time. And I met him at this conference that I was part of, and we've recently been in touch more. And he's organizing a major gathering, I think for 3 days in Colombia, in a place that's sort of the meeting point of several countries. But sort of gathering of Amazon, not just tribes, but kind of, you know, Amazonia supporters and voices. So just to mention that, something we can look at.
Yeah, I have 2 points, going off of what the last two people just said. First thing is, yeah, I had some interaction with a Kogi shaman, Jamen too. Jamen and I both had interactions with the Kogi shaman earlier this year, and I got to learn about their tribe. You know, their tribe, they're in the Amazon, and they've deliberately shut themselves off from the rest of the world. You know, so because they don't want to be influenced, they understand how completely insane things are out here compared to the indigenous wisdom they have, and rather than you know, exercise their voice and be heard, they're more just about preserving what they deeply know. And then they've chosen then I guess they were fine with it. Then they had a prophecy that there would be this guy that would come and be the bridge between them and the rest of the world, and that person speaking. So I think, you know, there's so many different, even in the context of the indigenous people, some of them are holding themselves differently in the scope of the conversation. So they're not really even that interested in talking about it on a large scale. But also say, like, when I'm hearing this thing about listening, I can hear where that's coming from. In my perspective, I'm not sure about that. I think it's true, but I think there might be more to it. And I'm wondering, Tom, if you have a pattern. I'm going to try to describe something. I wonder if you have a pattern that describes what I'm kind of mapping out here. But, like, you know, there's a term called univocity that comes from a philosopher. I can't remember what his name is. The term univocity just means the collective voice, like one voice of many, many, many elements at one time, right? So we have this. I mean, we have 8 billion people on the planet. Every single one of these 8 billion people is totally different. Everyone has something important. Their needs are changing all the time. So, like, we're a cacophony of voices, right? And so we're you know, when it comes to being, you know, expressive and heard, it's like I think we're doing a lot. Actually, I think we are doing a lot of listening. Like, I've been listening to the indigenous voices for a long time. I could repeat what I've heard from them. But the problem is that, and even Trump probably has heard them, and a lot of the politicians have probably heard these voices. But the problem's not just hearing them. It's then taking what they've heard and going, oh, I actually care about that. I hear you, and here's what I'm going to do about it. It's like, you know, I think it's not just listening. It's being able to have a full process of going, we're hearing this data come over here, whether it's from the frogs or the indigenous people or whoever, we're hearing this data coming in. We're now, as a collective, hearing that. We're prioritizing it to the people who are going to receive that in a way that the action to meet that is more immediate, because that's the problem. I don't think the problem is we don't have enough information, or we're not hearing things as much as the problem is we're not acting on what we're hearing. That seems to be the most important. And then,
I think you're right.
And just the cream on top of this, though, and I really want to hear if Tom has a pattern for this, is, you know, what about in the scope of, like, of what we're experimenting with in this technological paradigm of, like, what if we could just instantly log with super rapid light speed artificial intelligence, we could be monitoring every single conversation and every single data input that's happening on the planet and analyzing that, right, using AI or something. Then, you know, would there be a higher order language then? Would there be a higher pattern that would emerge from listening to the whole thing at one time? Not saying, well, this voice is so important, you know, like, if you ask any individual, they're gonna say this voice is the most important voice to be listening to right now. But then this individual says, no, this voice is, so, like, something has to be able to go, we're hearing the whole thing right now, and here's the top 3 priorities of the voices we're hearing. Because it's not always gonna be frogs or something else. And is there gonna be some kind of higher order pattern language emerging from that would be something like, you know, what happens with any collective intelligence, I'm assuming, because, you know, to draw an analogy, the human brain, the biological human brain, is composed of billions and billions of neurons. Each neuron is acting individually and firing and listening and firing and listening and firing and listening. And yet then there's this emergent property of self-awareness and cognitive function, all these cognitive functions coming off the biological brain that are more than the sum of the parts. And that each individual neuron doesn't even really know, doesn't even really know what that emergent property is. So is it possible that a human collective intelligence would be just this natural result of more intelligent action being taken without necessarily everyone feeling like they've been heard, or without necessarily us even knowing what that intelligent pattern is as individuals? Tom, you're muted. You're muted again. Oh, there you go.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
It's kicking the tires here. Yeah, as I think of this, there's a funny way in which this parallels open space in terms of face-to-face things. That within an open space, all sorts of independent activity is going on, but there's not necessarily any consciousness of what the whole thing is.
Right.
And there's not a necessity for the whole to see it, but for the whole to be able to, any part of the whole to be able to access any part of the whole is, I think, the thing behind Radish, and the emergence of things, collective phenomena emerging at different parts from the complexity of what's happening. But the whole, this is why I don't know if the waking up metaphor doesn't quite work for me. And there may be spiritual or field effects that are coming out of it, but which was earlier talked about, I don't think that's necessary for the entity to have entity consciousness. And I know that entity consciousness itself is not one thing. You look at all the different people, you look at, animals and plants or whatever, there's all kinds of entity consciousness going on. Whether the global brain is going to wake up and think I am a global brain or something, it doesn't necessarily, it's not a significant question for me. The question I'm having is do the activities of the whole system end up manifesting things that are healthy for the whole system? You look at most ecosystems, healthy ecosystems, the frogs don't know what everything's going on. They may not even aware of their particular contribution to the system, but it has evolved for them to have a contribution to the system, and the system is contributing to them. The self-organization is, to me, the most significant thing, is this self-organized, conversational, interactive, co-creative dynamic being truly fruitful for the whole system and its parts. And I do have a pattern called, one of the patterns is called out of many one. It's a English translation of the E pluribus unum, which is one of the mottos of the United States, which is one thing, and generating, generating shared orientation is another pattern. There's many patterns that both honor the unification and honor the diversity, because the diversity and the unity are two parts of the same thing if it's a healthy system. So there's lots of patterns that deal with that thing. One of the things I'm interested from the last conversation in the last half hour or so, I'm curious to what extent some of these things, like the feminine viewpoint, or the voices of indigenous people, or the voices of animals and plants, to what extent these elements that are not normally taken into account, is there some way that within the evolution of Radish, this should be more highlighted, incorporated, enabled? What does that look like? And to what extent is Radish part of some larger scene as where Radish is a voice? It isn't the voice of us all. It is a voice within a context, which is, and it may be that the feminine, natural, pagan, indigenous perspectives are people who are engaged from those places will use radish in different ways in the world. I don't know, but it feels like all that's going to happen. It's not like we can say, okay, we're going to have this indigenous radish. You know, that's absurd. One of the indigenous voices that I have quoted was Oren Lyons, who's a representative to the UN, et cetera, of many indigenous tribes. And he says, in our councils, we talk until there's nothing left but the obvious truth. I just got a little spin on that from stuff Charlie was saying. In our councils, we listen until there's nothing left but the obvious truth. Should be another take on it. But that is part of this is a more complex version that Radish is representing, is here isn't, we're going to deal with this, there's nothing left but the obvious truth. Yeah, that's enough for now. I'm just curious about how to consciously bring, it's not that they're voiceless, it's, you know, the sense of them not being heard, of having status in our cultures and in our social systems that makes their signals background noise compared to the other dominant voices. And what has to happen for the marginalized parts of the whole to be brought into the whole conversation as pure sources of insight, wisdom, capacity within the larger whole. I struggle from my anti-corporate, anti-centralization stance. My impulse is to exclude the powers that be from the conversations. But the idea of the marginalized leading, I know that's an important reaction against the dominance dynamics that have happened so far. But ultimately, it isn't the answer to me. To me, the answer is having the whole somehow. And that's a new phenomenon. We've never had the voices of the whole present together, co-creating something together as peer forces in the conversation and what happens next. And so I am in favor of those efforts to incorporate the whole, but in ways that do not toxically eliminate or sideline certain voices in favor of other voices, other perspectives. Evoking and engaging the wisdom and resourcefulness of the whole on behalf of the whole. Still my bottom line.
So Tom, thank you. You set me up perfectly. What I've been sort of itching, burning to wonder about with you all is exactly taking off from that. So sort of from a technical or like logistics position maybe, or just in general on the Radish side, for example, if we're talking about sort of building a platform and an ecosystem and so forth. So in regard to the voices, the collection of the voices, sort of the initial expressions, the articulations, and also the varying like sound levels, let's say, you know, of these voices, which are, you know, squashed down generally. So at the outset of like gathering the signal, how to address those imbalances, I'm wondering about, and you know, in terms of like taking in data, individual or collective group voice data.
All right, I have something to say about that and what Tom was addressing. Also, I just want to take the capacity to raise your hand, do a hand raise. Just type your name into the chat window, and if you don't have the capacity to do that, just get our attention or my attention by some other means, like just saying so. We'll maintain a little bit of a queue here. Getting background noise from Tom. Tom, I'm going to mute you. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Tom. And so what I wanted to say about that is, you know, we've actually been thinking and talking about this for years, but have different modalities of participation and communication. So, for example, let's say somebody way up in Nome, Alaska, let's assume there's no internet there, could literally write a letter and send it snail mail and to a place where it would be scanned in and inserted into the appropriate lane, right? Even creating a new lane. And it was, the point was made, I think, by Tom, that there's universal access to all parts of the system, so everyone can listen to whatever they want to listen to. I'm not in favor of some sort of Clockwork Orange solution where, we're forced to watch or listen to something that we don't necessarily want to. But there may be some creative middle ground there. In the case of the indigenous and many of whom, as Melissa said, don't participate in the internet. In 2016, I went to Standing Rock in North Dakota, where the big, pipeline protest was happening and all that. Did some recording, participated in a lot of conversations, and then invited my Uncle Alex Whiteplume, one of the elders and leaders of the Lakota First Nation, prominent leaders of the Red Warrior camp there at Standing Rock, invited him to come out and be a speaker at a Sierra Club dinner. I'm program chair of the East Bay Sierra Club dinners held in Berkeley once a month. He came and gave an amazing presentation. It's up on my YouTube channel about Standing Rock and about First Nations peoples and their struggles. And everyone ended up crying. And it was just absolutely beautiful. So these are just examples of different vectors that we can bring in different voices through different means. And I'm open to all. Speaking of new voices, I see KG there. KG, please feel free to unmute and identify yourself. I don't know who KG is. And I also want to get back to what I mentioned earlier about Tom. Before I put the heat on Tom, not heat, but before I defer to Tom to lead on this, is there any interest on anyone else here? Please raise your hand if there is interest, or give a thumbs down if you have anti-interest in us opening this up to this very conversation, opening it up to other voices, meaning that we take a pause and invite other people to join. Any interest, raise your hand. Anti-interest, put a thumb down. Or if you don't have, okay, I see a thumbs up.
I'm going to put
I'm going to put my thumb up, but I'm actually going to go. I think that's a perfect time for me to say, wow, this is incredible, and thank you, and carry on. I look forward to being in touch soon.
Thank you.
Great to meet you, Charles. Thanks for coming.
Great to meet you, Charles.
Yeah. All right. Much love.
That's really cool, Charles.
Thank you for being here.
All righty. And Tom, thank you for inviting Charles. Any more thumbs ups or thumbs down?
I was going to say, I would be interested in continuing possibly, but I really need to get some food if we're going to do that.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, go. And feel free to come back.
Okay.
Any other thoughts on, do we pause and invite other people, or do we not, etc.? Any other thumbs ups or thumbs downs on that? I've seen nothing but thumbs up so far, but
what does it mean? What does it mean to have thumbs up in terms of pausing? This is pause for an hour. This is pause for 4 days. Starting a new tape, you're pausing the recording. What does it actually mean in practice?
Yeah. Well, I was going to propose a pause for just a few minutes. Pause recording. People can take bathroom breaks, food breaks, whatever breaks they need. And then during that break time, we could, if there is sufficient buy-in, and that's where I wanted to defer to you, Tom, if you'd be willing, and if not, just pass it back to me and we'll figure it out. But I wanted to see, is there sufficient buy-in that we invite other people to this conversation? They come in, we do a synthesis, bring them up to speed, and continue from there. And I'll just share briefly where I'm coming from with this. I personally, it's just my personal view and expression, I personally am not in favor of delaying the manifestation of this out in the world on a massive scale so that we can have something to get in the way of the abrupt climate change, which is threatening to kill us all on the order of a year, maybe 2, maybe less than a year. We don't know, but we're playing with so much fire right now, so omnicidally, that I personally am not in favor of. I'm not going to force this on the group, but I am personally not in favor of delaying the expression of this out into the world, this counterforce to omnicide. I am personally not in favor of delaying that another decade, another year, another month, another week, another day, another hour, another 15 minutes. That's just my personal view. And I'm certainly not encouraging group think here. No, well, Jamen said it, so I guess I better put my thumb up or I'm going to look like an idiot. No, but please do express yourself. And let's address this question. If it's thumbs down, it's thumbs down, but let's address it. That's my point. Tom, I want to defer to you, but only if you want to be deferred to. If not, just say, screw you, Jamen, and I'll deal with it some other way. All right, going on.
I have other commitments tonight, and I could potentially come back in 2 hours, but between now and then I'm committed, and then after my time, Pacific time, 6:30, I would need to be off again. I would have more time tomorrow potentially, or the weekend, whatever, there's lots of possibilities there, but I couldn't come off and back on within a few minutes because I need to be on my way off now. The question of whether it's worthwhile having relationships, walking the dog, getting exercise, going to the bathroom in the viewpoint of the omnicidal act dynamics, that's a whole nother question that's totally relevant here. And I don't have that finally decided, but there's lots of things to talk about there.
Totally. And by the way, full respect for people who have stuff they need to attend to, come and go. No problem there. But I'm just noticing the amazing love and brilliance and wisdom and compassion and sharing in this particular lane. So I'm simply expressing my preference that we invite others thoughtfully, of course. I wouldn't post this on my Facebook page, but I would send an email out to a few dozen people saying, hey, this is the coolest conversation on earth that I know of. And perhaps the most important, please join us. We're talking about saving life.
So if you're doing all these conversations, where is the time to do the development of the technology and the platform to invite people to the operational platform that realizes all this?
Yeah, beautiful. So here's our current plan in that regard. Our very next step, and I'm a big believer that the most important decision that you'll in your life is the very next decision that you'll make. And so, we agreed earlier this week that the very next decision was to invite you, Tom, to this conversation. Having achieved that successfully, we want to now expand this and expand it and get with the Rebel Wisdom folks. We've kind of identified them as a key node that we need to, merge with in conversation, with a view to having a recorded conversation that they can publish on their channel, invite all 100,000 of their members, maybe a few thousand show up. We get together through this channel and, appropriately architected, and we'll have lots of great conversations between now and then about how to do that. But basically get these folks together. Let's say it's 5,000 people. And let's say that of those 5,000, 500 are coders. And once you get 500 coders saying, yeah, we want this. Well, you know what? Guess what? Let's schedule a hackathon for the very following weekend, get a bunch of vegan pizza and vegan Coke, and get all these, coders together, and let's make this happen in a weekend. We've got, that's how urgent this is. Let's put out the frickin' fire already, rather than just sit back and watch ourselves get barbecued. I know no one's advocating for that. I know. I'm just speaking with my own voice, personally expressing the urgency.
Do you know about V-Taiwan?
V-Taiwan, haven't heard of him.
And GovZero?
GovZero? Sounds like a cool.
Okay. GovZero is a civic hacker community in Taiwan that created a dynamic in governance that's like open space. Before I couldn't figure out how would open space in government ever happen. But I have if you do a search for just V-Taiwan on my blog, tomatleeblog.com, you will get some really interesting reports. But there are a whole pile of very experienced civic bloggers who've transformed the governments in their country, who would probably love this also. Another network, which I'm happy to help connect with. Anyway, I need to go now, or within the next 5 minutes, so.
Great to see you, Tom. We'll carry on from here. Feel free to come back in if we're still going, which
Okay.
likely will.
And Tom, Could you type out the name in the chat? I don't know if it was the same for everyone else, but you're kind of cutting out, and I want to research this group you're just mentioning. Thank you. Awesome.
Search on Atlee blog.
Suzanne and I are going to drop off too here. It was so great to be a part of this meeting. Thank you for your time, Tom. So nice to meet you, and good to see everybody. And until next time, I'm sure we'll be talking soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suzanne and Benjamin. So great to see you both.
Look forward to having the link to this conversation.
Totally. We'll send it. We'll send it. And I'm just going to trust that anyone who has any objection at all to publishing any portion of this will say so before the end of the meeting. My goodness, what an amazing meeting. And thank you, everyone. Tom dropped off.
See you
Benjamin.
guys. Thank you for being here.
All right, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you, love. And Michael, I know you need to eat something. So before our numbers dwindle down to 0, can I get, I think everyone on here, if I'm not mistaken, either was silent or positive on, hey, let's invite other folks.
Yeah, so Jamen, this is Ann, and I'm gonna have to drop off at least for a while. Possibly back in an hour or so, and not sure about who I might invite to this conversation on a Friday night. So
yeah, totally.
I'm think about that.
Yeah, maybe it makes sense to take a break because maybe we could reconvene Sunday. We've got plans for tomorrow, Melissa and I do, and but Sunday's another possibility. But I think the intention has gotten out there, and hopefully we're pregnant with the intention of, you know what, this is all a great intellectual conversation. How about we save the world with this technology, with this culture, with this mission, vision, right? Rather than die not having done that.
And I just want to share this with you guys. Do you know this one, Animals Speak? Ted Andrews. Really incredible guy. Amazing book. Check it out.
All right.
So, Jamen, I had a quick question. You showed part of a presentation, and you flipped through a bunch of slides really fast. Are we going to get a chance to see that at some point, some way?
Yeah. So here's what I propose. Let's pause for a few minutes, pause recording, and invite folks. B, whoever needs to drop off can do that. C, once we reconvene and we've got new folks, we'll go through all the slides, so it'll be recorded and hence part of this recording. And D, I think it'll make sense to upload slides to the website. Nolan's got something to say about that. E,
Yeah, I just real quick, I'm really hungry, so I want to break out. I'll leave my video on. I'll come back and see what's happening then.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. Perfect. All right, see you soon. Nolan, you were going to say.
So, Ann, we've had a Google Drive folder for a while. I don't know if it's the one that we want to officially start sharing everywhere, but I do think we need a folder that we can dump stuff into and get organized and be okay with sharing with anyone, so that we don't run into this problem anymore. I think that's really big. And then we could just link to that on Radish.
That sounds great. There were a bunch of slides that looked extremely interesting, and so cool. That's very cool.
Beautiful. Thanks, Nolan. And let's commit to following up on that to make that happen. And then happy to go through the slides again. So, well, I'll tell you what, let me pause recording just so that we can check in with each other in a less public way about people's needs and stuff. So I'm going to pause in 3, 2, 1, and we can always record again. If you say, hey, no, record this, I'm happy to record it. Other than that, pausing in 3, 2, 1. Nolan, rock on. We after a little bit of a pause, Nolan's got some super cool ideas. Go for it.
So Jamen and I were just talking about how collective human intelligence is going to empower artificial superintelligence, and that it really helps us in this conversational paradigm, in the context of this rapid switching system for conversations. It becomes self-evident that, well, AI is going to be, doing this monkey see, monkey do game. AI just hasn't seen very much. The monkey of AI hasn't seen very much yet, but it's going to see a lot more in the context of these intimate human conversations where people are collaborating and really talking about whatever. And then AI becomes a tool for extracting information from conversations that is valuable to different people in different ways. So everything we've been talking about today, there's elements, bits and pieces of it that are going to be relevant to different people. And so the artificial intelligence will just be saying, hey, we like this part of your conversation is very similar to this part of another person's conversation. You guys should link up and start talking to each other. And then we'll be recording and collecting data on how all of those interactions are going, and then what connections are like successful connections, so to speak. So the AI will be figuring out essentially just how, the AI is thinking, how do we best help all of these humans that are interacting on this platform, right? And that's it. The AI is not thinking, how do I get off of the planet and say fuck humans and escape, because humans are just gonna fuck everything up because they're stupid, and AI is not stupid. No, AI is super stupid. It's just it's fast and it's accurate, but it's dumb, right? The humans are slower and a little bit more inaccurate, but we have the fucking intelligence, right? It's a mistake to think that artificial intelligence can free humanity in so many ways, and I think it's a big mistake for us in recent times to be rolling with this philosophy of, well, we're developing artificial intelligence, which is robots are going to be far superior to humans, and then, oh no, the existence of humans is threatened by robots, and then eventually we're going to go extinct because robots are just going to say, well, we don't need humans anymore, right? That's just bad design.
No, and I think it comes from a paradigm, a fundamental paradigm of separation. Like, we've become so separate from each other that we're envisioning this artificial intelligence that is in turn modeled off of that same image, that same self-image of self-separation. So we imagine an AI that's separate from us. We're just
totally
separate to the max. The polar opposite is what we're creating here, which is unification. Bringing humanity together through conversation, which is how we communicate. It's our by far the most efficient, the most intelligent, the most emotionally intelligent, the most spiritually awake way of communicating and generating information and solving problems, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The AI, as far as I'm concerned, it may remain for years as limited as the following. A piece of software really well written that we specify, here's the goal, and the software seeks to maximize that goal. If the goal is maximal productivity in terms of generation and optimization and implementation of solutions to save life on Earth, great. And the software can do that without ever attaining consciousness, right? If there's a way that we get AI to become conscious, well, let's evaluate that with much care. Go ahead, Nolan, go ahead.
So the way I like to think about it is that AI, or all of this machinery that we're creating now, it's built up over time from, we used to have a big lever, and then we controlled some giant physical mechanism that helped us do something in the physical realm, right? And now our technology is evolving. It's built up on all of these like physical mechanics that are now becoming way more subtle, right? And there's like programming involved where we're using very in-depth language and syntax to direct information, right? It's no longer like pull a lever to like open and close the dam and direct water. Now it's gotten to this point where we're actually directing information And so I think it's useful for us to consider artificial intelligence, all of the software that's being evolved, all of this machinery that's connecting us now, literally right now, as what's the right word?
Like a switching system at Bell Telephone, right?
Well, yeah, it's their pathways. Basically, we're pouring our consciousness into this system, right? Yeah. So in that sense, the system's conscious, but only because we're providing that consciousness. We're pouring it into it, and then we have programmed the system to deal with and direct that consciousness in different ways, all that information in different ways. So in that sense, it's conscious, but it's only conscious because we are, right? No. We're bringing it to life.
Software that's processing codified consciousness in the form of text, in the form of video streams that are recorded, that they can then analyze and in ways that we direct the software to analyze. And that's where BotHub comes in, where we, create an architecture and a framework for benevolent bots to do benevolent stuff, like connecting people together who are of like mind. But that anyway, I could go on and on, but I think we understand each other. And we are in the process of getting humanity to understand us and understand that this is a way, perhaps the way at this moment, right, for us to come together to save ourselves and the rest of our brother and sister species throughout the world. Save life on Earth. That's the only game in town at this point, because if we extinguish life on Earth or let it be extinguished by default, by not acting, by not doing what we're doing right now, then that's on our shoulders. And that's some really bad karma. So let's do the right thing, come together using this solution. And if a better solution emerges, out with it. Let's talk about that. All right. Totally. Using this medium, the best one on earth, right? And
what would be really interesting is to talk with a group of indigenous people about this idea. Because when I was talking about letting the women and indigenous voices lead, it doesn't mean to the exclusion of all other voices. What it is we have to bring this culture back into that impulse of the divine feminine, and indigenous cultures come from a matriarchal lineage, and they very much are in tune with Mother Gaia, Mother Earth, which is the divine feminine, and with the universe, and which actually means univers, means one voice. So that's what I meant by let them have a leadership role. It's not just saying that one group or one person would lead us, but to have those groups bring us into this impulse, this way that becomes the guiding star, if you like, for the collective. I think that's really, really important. If we keep staying in the intellectual realm, the patriarchal intellectual realm, I believe will fail. Because the other voice will take into consideration all voices, whether it's a bird or the water, Mother Earth, etc.
Well, and I see what you're identifying as a serious challenge in the sense that this platform and these technologies, I think, have been dominated more by this masculine presence.
Yeah.
In its creation, a lot of nerdy dudes put all this stuff together, right? That's the majority. And then there's a lot of, dudes in upper division corporate whatever that are using, like Zoom in particular is largely targeted at corporations. So it's a very unique challenge, and one that overcome will be incredibly powerful, bringing in that energy and transmitting that energy through this medium, I don't think that's it's about to be done in a way that it's never been done before. So I hear you all the way, Melissa.
Here's another way to look at it too, that's just coming to me listening to you. If we're not attached to what the tools are, okay, and we just stay really open, if the conversation is guided by this divine feminine, it might take us into a completely different and unexpected direction. Because that approach is very different from the masculine. And I find that really fascinating because we don't really have that happening on the planet at the moment, certainly not in the United States of America. And so what will that look like?
Yeah. I've had this vision for a little while now of, you know, basically these intimate campfire settings with very minimal technology that's like super non-invasive, right? Just like a little thing you could put down in the center of like a circle of people that would be collecting, you know, as much of that experience as we can collect. You can only quantify that and put that into data so much, but that can be used to transmit that experience like across space and time in a way. Not saying it's the way, but when we capture that and record it however we can, and we're able to share that across the internet as many times as we want to with whoever we want, that in itself is very powerful. But of course, we need the actual energy to pour into that, you know, and that's what I'm feeling you're getting more at, is how do we cultivate that energy, which is really like, we're only able to have the conversation we're having now arguably because we've had so much time in person to really cultivate this together. So I think it's really important that we explore outside of this medium as well.
Totally.
Well, and then
Totally.
I just want to ask everyone to consider that, and Michael, correct me if, you know, this didn't happen, but usually in ceremony and in sacred circles, you're not allowed to record. You're not allowed to have any kind of technology recording, whether it's a camera or any kind of recording device, because there's something very special that's taking place that's sacred, and that it's not allowed. It's not supposed to be recorded that way. It is recorded within your psyche. And so what I'm talking about may or may not be able to be documented in the way you're talking about.
You know, when you know, I have a gradient of perspective around that topic. This Kogi shaman we were seeing earlier this year, they didn't mention whether we could record it. I know no one was recording, actually they encouraged us to take notes, actually.
And they were transcribing the whole.
And they were transcribing, but I was wanting to differentiate there. They were definitely recording. They were encouraging each individual to take our own notes, because really, it's like, I mean, let me back up for a second, because like one thing I tend to be hearing a lot, and for the last several decades, and I'm not the only person talking about this. If I took a moment, I could think of some authors who've included this in their books, but at a really, really, really fundamental layer of, I think, what's going on with humanity now is that for whatever reasons, you know, we can start to trace the roots, but there tends to be this kind of general gap between, at an existential level, between God and everything else, right? Between the sacred and what's not sacred, between spirituality and technology, between science and whoa, there's this gap. It's in our language, and it's especially in the Western mind a lot. We tend to like make this separation gap between it's either this or it's that, and particularly around these ideas of sacredness and the spiritual and all this. And that's something we need to heal. the gap itself, thinking this way. Because we can come up with a million instances of where there was something, intelligent happening or godlike happening or a sacred experience or a transcendental experience. There's all these different words for, something that some people would consider a spiritual experience, or they're, again, it all gets lost in language too. But like, there's so many examples of where, I've had spiritual experiences using technology. I've had spiritual experiences hanging out with masculine people or feminine people. It's like, it's never so black and white. And I think that's part of what we're coming to heal somehow, is to really begin, it's important to differentiate, but also I think it's, it's also important to keep expanding our sense of inclusion around who we are as a human species, what we're doing right now, as possibly being part of a divine plan or a higher intelligence or something like that. And that, and so then, if that makes sense, like at a broad scope, there's something there. There's this big gap in our, at an existential level, of how we're separating ourselves from things. Why, if this, my philosophy is like, whatever word you want to use, whether it's God or the sacred or the higher intelligence or whatever, that greatest thing, like this is called the greatest thing possible. The highest possible intelligence beyond anything we could ever conceive of. If that's real, and I believe it is, is there going to be a limit to that thing? Like, let's call it the sacred. Like that is my understanding of the sacred. Right? Hear sacred, I think of that thing that's just like so like all encompassing. Is there a limit to it? Why? There can't be a limit to it. This is the greatest thing. It's like it's all inclusive. So that means like everything's included. Everything is sacred. Right? Wow, what a relief. Exactly. What a relief. And so, I mean, not to dismiss what you're saying, Melissa, if you are in a circle and you're sharing information with other people and you feel like you don't want to be recorded, fine.
Yeah.
But I would feel uncomfortable saying that because it's sacred, we can't record. Why not?
I'm not really talking about my personal belief, Michael. What I'm talking about is I have been to sacred ceremonies and circles with indigenous tribal peoples where they have specifically said no recordings.
Sure. So that's their case. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's whoever's leading the project, the group, the conversation, whoever is making the rules.
Yeah.
If they say that's the rules, fine. But I don't think that means that every other conversation that's going to be kind of like what they said is the same rule. No. Just start from scratch every single time. Every time.
Yeah. So
start from scratch. We're having a sacred conversation right now. Let's make, if we need rules, let's make up rules.
Yeah.
Because I think that also on some level we'll probably discover in the future, as we go in further into quantum physics and all this, everything's probably already being recorded actually. And someday we'll figure out how to access that.
Right.
Wow, wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
And another scope too, I wrote a blog article about this about 10 years ago, when at that time I was doing research in storage technology. This whole idea of life logging was hot then, about 10 years ago, of people having these little devices that would be constantly recording and taking pictures of everything they're doing. So they just walk around all day and they're like life logging. They're just automatically logging their life. And I was kind of like extrapolating on where this could be going. And like, imagine 100 years from now, humanity's made it. And we fully integrated with our technology in a way that where everything's being recorded all the time, where we have little tiny nanobots flying around everywhere, taking multiple perspectives of everything that's happening constantly. Full audio, full high D, measuring every data channel we can, just taking it all in, right? Imagine that was happening, and imagine that you're born into a world like that.
Yeah.
There could definitely be some concerns, but just take out the one implication of this is that imagine you're born to a world like this where that's just the norm, where that from the moment you're born, your entire birth is being recorded in high definition video and audio from multiple perspectives. And every single moment of your life, all the way until you die, is fully documented, right? Imagine how you would live your life based on that.
I think that's
because we don't have that now.
Yeah.
I'm able to shut everything off, lock my door in my bedroom, and who knows what I could be doing in my space. This is how serial killing, all kinds of bad shit happens when everything's not being recorded. But if we're being fully recorded, like not just like, think about how inspiring that would be. not just in the sense of keeping people from doing really bad things, but keeping people to live every single micro moment to the highest possible point of integrity for their life mission, because they know that no matter what they do, what's being recorded will be accessible to all future generations for eternity. Whoa, your whole life, fully documented in detail, every single action, everything you buy, everything you say, everything will be accessible to all future generations. Whoa. A little bit of pressure, but also some good pressure to go, wow,
Yeah,
like
totally.
everything I do in my life, every breath I take is going to be possibly judged and discriminated in the future. What a motivator, right?
Totally.
I like that.
That's sacred. There's almost like a sacred sense to it, where you're just like, you like everything, just like so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fear around living in that kind of world that is generated by the centralization of power that has existed for a while, and general information asymmetry. But if you consider that everyone is participating in this world, and everything's being recorded, well, everyone's not going to absorb everything that's recorded everywhere, right? And there's no like central agency they're not being recorded and they're spying on everyone else. You know, it becomes just this like totally open thing that is like, in my mind, is very beautiful. And like you said, plenty of concerns to be had, but
hey, you know, I'm brainstorming on something. A great way to do it, we using something like the holochain architecture, right? Where in a world like that, where all my data, like anytime the camera is on me, then I'm going to have the choice of saying that data stays with me only, right? That way I can choose how my data is going to be potentially manipulated or used another way. What I would say then, what could be useful though, is that, so a person is allowed to do that. They're allowed to like fully keep their own data private for their whole life, even if they want to. But there could be a subcontract that at the end of your life, when your bioorganism stops, when the heart stops beating, when the brain goes flat, then that data is automatically released into the public domain. So it keeps both sides of it, where your life will be revealed at the end. Kind of like Judgment Day.
Wow. I think that already
Wow.
happens. When we die, we are already right in front of those angels, and we get to view our whole entire life right in front of us.
Right.
And we get to see it, and we get to see the impact and implications of every single word and action that we've had. That does happen, and that's a known thing. For me personally, I mean, I love your sci-fi image. I think that's really funny and really cute. But I think that totally desanctifies life. I think there are these moments that we have one-on-one with creation that personally I don't want that filmed. And I think it's up to our culture and up to our individuality and up to our evolution to come into what I will call using our will for ethics, having right morals and ethics, where we make the choices because we know that those will impact the earth and every other living being in a way that's healthy and kind and loving, rather than this sort of spy cameras flying around recording us and, oh boy, you know, there's Johnny over there being bad again. And, you know, I find that nightmarish personally.
Oh, for sure.
Well, I want to share something that I'm envisioning here is like, imagine that the four of us are being recorded constantly.
Yeah, okay.
And then, but just imagine that we had the capability to look at and trace, like, I say something in this conversation, and then that pattern is emerging and repeating and evolving into something else when the four of us split ways. And we could see through this technology, basically like following these paths, right? These different, the butterfly effect, but making it very explicit and presented so that our ability to conceptualize and perceive how our actions ripple out into the rest of the universe actually becomes expanded through technology. I'm not saying we need technology to do this, but I think technology could help. And I could, there's a lot of good I see coming from it.
I think the technology makes it visible to humans. I think it happens anyway. It's always happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for dumb humans who can't see or feel, then great, use the technology to share with them. Yeah. But
what do you mean by dumb humans? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, because if you come back into this notion of the divine feminine, right, the intuitive, I think the more we're connected to technology, the less we trust our intuitions. So I'll give you a good example of this. Before I had a cell phone, or was relied on my cell phone, I would get the name or a voice or an image in my head, and I knew someone was thinking about me. And then my phone would ring, and it was my sister, and I'd just been thinking about her. Or someone would drive by my studio, and I'd get a picture of somebody, and then my doorbell would ring, and there was that person. And so my intuition was finely tuned because I was not reliant on technology to give me information and to connect me with people. My sixth sense was working. And so I think the more reliant we are on technology.
I have an example for you that's similar but also different. In 2010, when I was really, when it was, Facebook was just emerging basically in my life, and I was using it a lot, making a lot of new friends and just meeting people. And as an example, I met this really wonderful woman named Pamela Shapiro, who's still a good friend of mine on Facebook. And for a couple of years, it was just one of those days where I didn't know her. Somehow she randomly came to my network, so the technology brought into my visual attention this person that exists living in Chiapas, Mexico. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would have never come across her path had not Facebook done this. And then I looked at a photo, I made a comment, she commented back, we laughed, we became friends. Then we began like about a 2 or 3 year journey together of becoming really, really good friends over Facebook. And chat. Every day we would chat and comment. We would do long messages in the messenger, and then we started dreaming of each other. And we would have these. I would have these incredible dreams. I've written them all down. I could go reference them. There was dozens and dozens of them. Where sometimes I would visit her in her dreams. We would exchange some kind of information. Yeah. Then the next day, she's like chatting and going, "Did you dream?" I'm like, "Yeah, it happened again." Right. So she knew too. Yeah. So here was an instance where, if without the technology, we would have never met. Well, never had that psychic connection. So I think it can go both ways.
That I don't think that's true, because I have experienced that.
But it happened.
It did happen for you. That was a vehicle, but you could have also met her in the dream world without the technology.
But I didn't.
No, you didn't.
And it's probable I wouldn't have. I was living, I've lived my life. Right. I've never been Chiapas. She's never been here. Yeah. We would have never crossed. We haven't. We still haven't met in person. It's been 10 years. Yeah. We've never met in person, and so we've never crossed paths. Otherwise, and yet we met because of that technology, and we developed a psychic connection and had major learning. Like it was like something like a relationship over several years, completely remote, where we both learned and transformed together in a psychic way that would have never happened without that social network technology happening.
Well, I don't think you can say it would never happen.
But it didn't happen.
I think that it did happen that way. I've had experiences where I've had the experience a different way.
Sure, I've had it that way too. I'm just saying in this case, her and I have never met in person. We would have never, it's probable.
Me and Guile have never met in person.
They both.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Noel and I have never met in person.
Both. Everything is possible in this universe, okay?
So I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying in certain cases, because of the nature of a global communications network, it increases your probability of meeting more people. And maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe some people don't want to meet that many people. But in other cases, you might meet that one person who changes your life, who you would have never met otherwise. Absolutely. Maybe you would have, maybe you wouldn't have. Absolutely. But you definitely know you did because of the technology. Right? And meaning I have 5,000 friends on my Facebook. Most of those people I've never met in my real life. I would have never met them otherwise.
Sure.
So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be either or. I'm just saying there's always these middle zones.
Absolutely.
That fills this gap. There's this gap that we tend to think technology's over here and everything else is over here. Intuition and figures. I just don't believe that because I've experienced I experienced a crossover with them.
Yeah,
and as you said, Melissa, our relationship with technology has been going on since we first started carving little tiny figurines of goddesses back in the day. You know, the way that this is the early roots of technology is this, that, you know, when we were out living under the stars, none of this technology existed. We barely even had clothes, maybe. And what we would notice is a meteorite go, whoa, what's that? We just saw something come from the great beyond. So like, you know, back in our 8-man, 8-woman consciousness, you know, we knew about things on Earth. We were like, you know, getting close with rabbits, getting close with squirrels, we knew all this. But then when you look up at night, it's like, oh my God, that was the sacred to us. That was the beyond. That was the infinite thing. And then at night, we would see these little things come down to the ground. Imagine seeing that for millions and millions of years, these little things coming down and going, that's the sacred coming down. And then one day we would find one, these little meteorites made of metal, right? And what we have evidence of this, that our early ancestors would take those little rocks because they considered those sacred, and they would carve them and shape them into little goddesses and god figures or tools sometimes. And those were our first sacred objects and simultaneously our first technology, because we could use those things as tools and knives to do things like that. So that was the beginning. That's then evolved all the way up to telephones and cars and jet planes, and we're still going. I think there's always been this relationship, you know, with the word technology is really rooted in the word technique. It's our ability to shape our environments. That's it. If we're shaping our environment, that's technology.
And I also think, you know, really dependent on one's perspective and how one sees the world or experiences the world also.
Of course, yeah.
Can very much color, you know, how we experience things.
Yeah.
How we relate to things. So, you know, mine is the realm of magic and myth and mystery. So the technology is a great tool, but I don't want to stay too connected to it because that's not where I get sourced, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that means that it's not a useful tool. I'm not saying that at all. So like if you have these cool, you know, extra sensory communications going on thanks to the technology, that's awesome. But I was more talking about this sort of sci-fi idea of these little things flying around and filming you and, you know, filming someone's whole life. You know, I hope
maybe it'll be bees. Maybe we'll be able to learn how to communicate with bees, and the bees will be the ones flying around, and then we'll just get the data from them.
Yeah. Why not?
That would be so cool. Yeah.
So cool. I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, we could go on. I'm going to stop. Pause. He continued. Definitely.
I just want to take a second and say highlight, because in the transcripts I'll be able to search for that, and then we can super easily get to this part, because the past like 20 minutes or so I think have been phenomenal. So yeah. There we go.
Now, you know, I agree with you where, you know, the technology is definitely becoming a big distraction. You know, I don't use Facebook. I don't experience those things on Facebook anymore. It's evolved. It's kind of folding in on itself a bit. I still think it's valuable, but I don't experience those experiences anymore. Somehow, like there's definitely something else going on. It's a little bit too much right now. There's so much information. There's so much access to so many things. It's just like, it's distracting from being able to slow down. Because I also relate to that too. Like I know that my most sacred moments, usually the technology isn't present.
Well, I just want to share with you guys an interesting little story. So Jamen and I, as you know, feed the crows, the songbirds, the squirrels, the rabbits, raccoons, and so we've got this little menagerie hanging out here, and we've been away for 10 days. The light bulb burnt out.
Oh, okay.
And everybody kind of dispersed, and then we started putting food out, and they weren't coming back. So I put out a call, and I called them. But I used my human voice, but I also used this other voice that's a quiet voice that comes from somewhere else in me. And first the songbirds turned up, and then the crows turned up, and the raccoons still didn't turn up. And so I realized, I started communicating with the other animals and saying, hey, you guys, you know, could you tell the raccoons that we're back? And so and they turned up last night after like 3 days or 4 days of us us being back. And I was just thinking, that's really amazing that there's this inter-animal communication going on where, you know, the songbirds told the crows, told the rabbits, told the squirrel turned up, and then there's all this activity, and then they told the raccoons, and the raccoons turned up. And for me, that was, you know, a really fantastic experience, because I was conscious of that, but to actually have had that experience today and yesterday was really powerful. And that's the kind of internet too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Totally.
I prefer that kind of internet personally.
I like them both. Yeah. I like them both, and I like the idea of becoming symbiotic between the two somehow.
Yeah.
It's all about symbiosis. Imagine if we could, again, fill that gap. What if we have a symbiosis between this current technology as it's developing and nature, where it's no more destruction, it's fully symbiosis, not just getting along, but creating something good for both sides.
Yeah.
Symbiosis.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
How about?
And I think we're beginning to see the signs of it too, because, like, you know, I know it's a little bit of an uncomfortable idea to think this way, but, you know, I think our networks of the future will probably be based off a lot of biology. Actually, I think that we're learning about how, you know, again, like that movie we saw, you know, the mycelia is like, that's the original fucking internet, man. It's been here for billions of years, billions.
Yeah.
Everything here is responsible. But what did he say? He said that mycelia is our mega mom or mega mother or something like this.
The mother, that's so great.
The mother of us all.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. That was such a great film.
Yeah. See, I actually have a suspicion that the internet, as we know, you know, this wild beast that's so infiltrated our lives, I have a sense that maybe it's actually part of the mycelium plan, meaning go all the way back to the beginning. Mycelia was here, it was just mycelia and rocks and water, and then all of a sudden all this stuff started happening. You got trees and plants and dinosaurs and squirrels, and then eventually the apes, and the apes ate some more mushrooms, and then they became these really wild human species that were now pumping out all these artifacts, creating art everywhere, and these technologies. Maybe the internet was planned.
It was.
And it's just coming through us.
Yeah.
From the mycelium.
Now my question is what happens when we eat shrooms and then use the internet?
Who knows? If you know, raise your hand.
Well, how about harmonic influence, you know, that we've been talking about too.
Harmonic influence?
Yeah, Ahriman.
Oh, Ahriman, totally. Good reminder. Yeah, you want to talk about that a little bit now?
Well, it's getting dark here, and Melissa and I need to go for a walk. Now, if you guys want, I could pass control to one of you guys, and you could, you know, pause, record as you wish while we're gone, and then.
Or we could reconvene Sunday.
Or we could simply stop recording and let you guys rock. If you guys want to, I don't want to stop their flow.
Yeah, and I would like to have that conversation with Michael about Ahriman, but just not right now, if that works for you.
Yeah, I would like to have that conversation too. I don't know if I'll be available Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I have another meeting that day, but maybe I might be. I'm just not sure if I could.
My birthday tomorrow, so we're actually going to spend the day with our mothers.
Yay! It's your birthday tomorrow, Melissa?
Yeah.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank
Fantastic. Fun. So I would love to have that conversation. If it's not right now, then I'm going to need to get going pretty soon anyways. I have some other things to attend to.
Okay, guys. Awesome talking with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great.
Super cool. Nolan, do you want me to pass control to you, or should we just adjourn? Or I'm going to pause while we figure this out. Pausing recording. Okay, after a long pause, we took a break. Right now, we're just going to go through the slides in 10 minutes or less. And then we'll adjourn for the day. I first wanted to let me start with the sequence that I started with earlier, where, okay, welcome to Radish, a new level of thinking. And here was the agenda for today. I'm just going to jump right into it. This is kind of like a big picture image of collective superintelligence in the middle, and then this whole sequence that goes around it, starting with basically Q&A. I'm going to go in through zoom-ins on some of these. Q&A, best ways to learn, all of this moderated and supported and facilitated by collective intelligence, by the whole conversational domain, the network of conversations, etc. There will be conversations on the best ways to learn whatever subset of knowledge imaginable, from simple concepts to whole professions. Brain swarming, make sure you watch the brain swarming video on Harvard Business Review. Just type in literally brain swarming, one word, Harvard Business Review video, 4-minute video. You'll know it when you find it. It's a great video. And it generates myriad solutions to any given goal. Those solutions we then put into, run through this. We start from idea for solution. See in the lower right here, follow my mouse. That idea gets input into a whole process of solution development with feedback loops and everything. Basically, think of a GitHub for solutions. GitHub is the big open source software thing. I talk about this more on the earlier part of the recording, so just go back to that for more on this. That in turn goes into a global holistic model, also discussed earlier. We model and come up with the optimal set of solutions, and then go through a democratic, holacratic process, voice and vote, etc., and then implementation. So those are those slides. You can always go back and pause if you want to ponder a given slide some more. That's the beauty of recordings. All right, and so in a different deck here, we talk about, here's an image from brain swarming, that video on Harvard Business Review goes over all this. Now, what is our ultimate goal? A whole world, a world that's healthy, complete, holistic. And wholeness that breaks down into two areas: wholeness for people and wholeness for the planet. People are kind of a special case because we're heretofore so destructive, but can also become so positive. And this is just sort of a high-level conceptual breakdown. And beyond this slide, it's really more Pablo Picasso-like and less complete, shall we say, just to give you the idea. So people can break down in different ways, planet can break down in different ways. But bottom line, think of these as kind of like the needs of people, the needs of the planet, and they can be broken down. So just take like the need of food and break it down into different regions, etc. Bottom line, we get down to leaf node needs, okay? And the ultimate goal is to meet each and every one of these needs, including the needs for clean air, water, land, ecosystem, species, wholeness, wholeness, wholeness for all the above, all the below. So just, again, very conceptually, we got all these leaf node needs at the bottom of the taxonomy, sort of like an inverted tree with whole world as the trunk. All the specific needs of a whole world. And then we use the brain swarming approach for each of those, okay? Again, watch the 4-minute Harvard Business Review video. Solutions emerge. Now for each solution, and we can do this, again, in parallel, really, for all these needs, come up with myriad solutions. And each solution, it maps to its goal, that leaf node, but it also has unintended consequences. The red lines represent unintended negative consequences. The blue lines represent unintended positive consequences. And we call this image the spaghetti factory, because of all the solutions under consideration, each of these lines is like a strand of spaghetti, positive or negative or neutral for that matter. Model them all, right? And here's kind of a view. So as we're developing these solutions, the conversational domain, the main topic of today, moderates all these, helps facilitate every aspect of solution development. If a new solution needs to be developed, it's identified, and perhaps a new team represented in yellow is formed to go after it. And all possible solutions are modeled in a simulator. That's like the global holistic model talked about earlier. An optimization layer can be built around that to automatically, using artificial intelligence, filter through different possible combinations of solutions until we get to the very best one, the very best combination. Okay, we also talked about the evolution of radical collective intelligence. There's the platform, talked about this earlier, an actual collective intelligence forms on top of that. The people using the platform, it grows and grows and grows till it gets limited by the platform itself. Then we use that intelligence to build the next version of the platform, facilitating a higher form of intelligence. That in turn is used to build yet another version of the platform, which facilitates an even greater collective intelligence, and so on. This exponential growth in collective intelligence is finally a contender to challenge exponential climate change. In this cosmic game of chicken, which we're determined to win. I'm just going to run through, since I'm in screen share mode, and see if there's anything else. Those were kind of the main ones. Let's see. Anyway, here's some examples of what collective intelligence have created. A new standard for a compassionate economy, CCC. All profits go to ending hunger. Socially transformational, ecologically regenerative, of course, vegan. The all profits to ending hunger could fund things like the community cafe, which we pioneered in Southern California, feeding entire communities nutritious foods, now vegan, for free, and stoking a virtuous cycle called the Hungerless Games. CCC companies fund the end of hunger. This becomes a giant news story, and that inspires more people to buy CCC, a virtuous cycle called the Hungerless Games. What's the first CCC company? Sato Hemp, a hemp fashion house based in Japan, run by my brother Takuya Sato, who the Sato family has the longest legacy of hemp in the world, going back like over a dozen generations. Takuya Sato being the bearer of the Sato name and the Sato hemp legacy. Takuya Sato, my brother, is the Hemperor of Japan. Bum, bum, bum. And God bless him for being so and for helping pioneer collective intelligence. Since we're on screen share, I might as well show some other cool stuff from past lives and experiences that kind of helped lead to all this. Let's see here, including just a little bit about my past life. At Shively International, we pioneered computer centers, educational computer centers, large format cyber cafes to bridge the digital divide. There's President Vicente Fox inaugurating Shively International's 25th computer center. There I am at Microsoft as corporate strategy manager, led Project Zurich, Project Venice, and then got into the ganja industry to create essentially a CCC company based on my great-grandfather's legacy, all of my profits dedicated to ending hunger. We got all kinds of media attention. The Taiwanese called me the Bill Gates of Bud. Fox News interviewed me back in New York. It was a big splash. Got interviewed on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, unveiling the .bong era of legalized cannabis. But when I brought in President Vicente Fox, my old friend, the lid got blown off the story and it just went crazy. Media coverage up the kazoo. We made demands of the Obama administration to legalize. They were responded to by Eric Holder. There we are on CNN with Wolf Blitzer. He's totally blown away. What's going on? Anyway, we can do similar things for veganism, collective intelligence, solar radiation management. We know how to play the game. We know how to do mega press conferences. We went on a full summer tour 2013, 4 major public events, symposia, culminating in this 3-day conference in Mexico about legalization and medical uses of cannabis. Representatives from South America, North America, Europe were all there. Representatives from Uruguay were there. And within a few months, Uruguay became the first country to legalize cannabis in the world. Bam! So we can make history. We can change the world. We're now deep in the underground laboratory. Coming up with the conversational domain. Anyway, it's all about ending hunger and poverty and impoverishment of people and planet, transforming the global economy. I'm at the 10-minute mark, so I'm just going to whisk through. Melissa says I can keep going. We were inspired by Newman's Own, create a whole compassionate sector for the whole global economy. And, I got background noise coming from somebody with an unmuted mic. We're going to bifurcate the global economy. What do we mean by bifurcation? First there was Coca-Cola, then there was Coca-Cola and the Seven Dwarfs, and then Pepsi bifurcated it. From one category to the entire food industry. First there was just food. Remember when there was just food? And then it got bifurcated. And now we're bifurcating it again with vegan. But with organic, I mean, it started as nothing, and then bam, everything, you can get organic everything. You can have an organic barbecue, even organic briquettes. You can bring your girlfriend organic flowers. You get lucky, you can sleep it off on an organic mattress. And then at the end, light up an organic cigarette. Finally, a cigarette that's good for you. Anyway, that's organic. Bifurcate the retail sector. First there was just retail, and then it got bifurcated. We're going to bifurcate the entire global economy. Economy of hoarding versus economy of sharing. That's the game, and the choice is yours. Look at it side by side. Who are you going to support? Now, interesting. Now, this is before I went vegan and really got the vegan wisdom, but we talked about bifurcating the beef industry. This is now totally obsolete. There ought to be no beef industry. Anyway, it's all about interrupting vicious cycles.
Thank you.
Yeah. And anyway, what else? Okay, those are the slides. It's all recorded. Welcome back, Evan. And I'm gonna have to go like very quickly here, but any questions in the meantime?
So I had one question, and I posted it earlier today about your red lines and blue lines about the unintended positive and negative consequences and who makes the valuation of which are positive and negative. And you don't have to answer it right now. I just don't want to forget it.
No, that's a great question. And really what that begs for is some sort of universal set of criteria that says, all right, you know, basically that which supports life is good, that which eliminates life is bad. But like let's say we do SRM in the oceans to cool the planet. I'm sure there's going to be some unintended negative consequences for some species of marine life. But if we don't do it, everything, all complex life will die with it. And they'll be dead too, right? So, you know, it's...
Maybe we need an Earth Council made up of wisdom people, you know, women, indigenous,
well, and the whole collective intelligence is ultimately one giant Earth Council for Melissa. So anyway,
right. So
yeah,
that answers my question, because the thing I was thinking about when I asked the question was, so Hitler thought ridding the earth of Jewish people would be a good thing, and ridding the earth of gays and ridding the earth of people with disability was a good thing. So he would have put that under the positive, and yet the rest of us think that was really negative. So the explanation, that which supports life is good, and that which takes it away. I mean, that it's obviously more complex than that, but that's a really good starting place. So thank you for that.
Wow.
We need to say that which supports social justice, environmental justice, equity. We've got to use those words.
Yeah, I think you're right, Melissa. I think you're right.
It supports the divine feminine. I think we can get really specific.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally. And the collective intelligence will complete that paragraph, which is really going to be a whole book or encyclopedia of, you know, anyway. And we're going to develop greater and greater levels of distinction and clarity and knowledge and sensory perception, right? We're now able to listen to their ribosomal fungal networks and all kinds of stuff and get plugged into that. I mean, this is just the beginning of us getting out of the barbaric dark ages, you know.
Right.
And the patriarchy, and the world of hoarding, and the world of totalitarian agriculture, and the world of overpopulation of humanity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. And your discussion earlier about the 75 million conversations that will be going on, that could be wrong, but that whole conversation about all of these conversations going on at the same time, being transcribed in real time, being transcribed into other languages at the same time, was really good. I know it was recorded. And I think you need to pull that piece out, or we should, I don't know how, someone who knows how should pull that piece out in, I mean, I think it was 4 or 5 minutes. Yes, like you need, I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. Someone who knows how to do it to pull it out, because that completely changed my understanding of, so I thought, well, no, I actually still think I understood the idea of collective intelligence. I didn't understand your iteration of where it could go outside of a room or a Zoom meeting. And that thing was just flippin' awesome.
Woo! Thank you.
So, yeah, so one of you guys who know how to do that, pull that out and make it a little YouTube video, do whatever, but that was, it completely changed my perspective. So thank you.
Love it. Thank you.
Awesome.
That's what we needed to hear. Pardon me, sweetheart? Melissa took the words right out of my heart. So glad Ann is here. And your husband, Chuck, and thank you both. I can just tell you're a power couple. And
and we talked about this, damn near the entire time we were off the video. But hey, I mean, we had to eat and make dinner and take dogs out and all of that stuff. But
totally.
But I told him, I said, look, I got to check back in because I really want you to see this presentation because I want you to understand this, because he still, works a regular job and whatever. But anyway, cool. Very cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Woo! So exciting. Well, thank you so much for coming back and inspiring us to do this little wrap up. And we will break out that few-minute piece on the heart of collective intelligence, the conversational domain, transcription, translation, indexing, search, all this.
Translation. Cool. That's the word I couldn't remember. Translation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Look at that when I can slow it down and look at those images. It's
totally. All right. I'm going to get this posted as quickly as I can, hopefully later tonight. And
or tomorrow it will be okay. But
sure.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, goodness. Thank you, Ann. I'm so grateful for you, sister. And for Chuck and Evan and Nolan and my partner, Melissa. So grateful for you all.
Yes, and our dogs are here listening.
Woof, woof.
Yeah, it's dark out, so they're like, we're done. They sleep with, they do the sun thing, but they're sitting right here on the couch watching. Well, no, they're not. They're sleeping through it, I'll be honest.
All right, fair enough.
All right, you guys, so you'll let us know about the call on Sunday.
Yes.
Or whenever it happens. And yeah, we'll take a look at this.
Absolutely. So excited to get us all back together and keep this rocking.
Yeah, this is cool. Nolan, Evan, good to see you guys. And we'll be back in a few days.
Awesome. Much love to all. Have a wonderful evening and weekend. And maybe we'll get together Saturday, hopefully. I think that's looking good. And Sunday. Yeah, Sunday.
Sunday. All right, cool.
Awesome.
Good night, guys.
Looking forward to it. Good night.
Good night, Melissa.
Love from Melissa. Have a great night, everyone. See you soon. Bye for now. All righty. So grateful for everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Please share this video with whoever you can. And please encourage everyone, including yourself, to join radish.org. Not .com, .org. Radish.org. Radish.org. Radical Collective Intelligence. Be a part of history in the making. Be a part of this radical transformation of humanity, getting to the very roots of our problems and creating a whole new story for humanity and for life on Earth. This is our do or die moment. This is where we determine whether we continue down the death spiral towards planetary overheating and omnicide of all complex life? Or do we turn this ship around, get out of the death spiral, and go on towards utopia, saving life on Earth? Let's do the latter, because it matters. All right, join radish.org and bring all your friends and family. All right. Love to everyone. Thank you so much for joining, and we'll see you on the next one. See you soon. Thanks, everybody.